At Chiropractic Clinic Care, the chiropractic and medical doctors see the painful results of auto accidents daily. Even minor accidents can result in permanent impairment, especially if the injury is not treated promptly. Chiropractic Clinic Care has had this educational video produced to inform you about the spinal injuries which can result from auto accidents, about treatments available today, and about the long-term effects of spinal injury. We hope you find it helpful.
An auto accident can have a lasting effect on your life. According to the National Safety Council, there were approximately 1 million auto accidents in 1991, resulting in a disabling injury. Another 10 million accidents were classified as non-disabling. However, many of the victims of these accidents suffered pain and may even have lasting damage from what they considered a minor fender bender. To understand why injuries like this result from auto accidents, look what happens to your body during a collision. In a head-on collision, the head of the victim whips forward into hyperflexion. That's where the common term whiplash comes from. Then it jerks backwards in hyperextension. If you're hit from behind, the reaction is the opposite. First backwards, then forwards. This action seriously affects your spine. The first part affected is the neck, the most fragile part of your spine. It must support a head that weighs from 7 to 10 pounds on 7 small bones. The traumatic action caused by an accident stretches, strains, and even tears the soft tissue connecting these bones. Damage to soft tissue, ligaments, tendons, muscles, and nerves can be more serious than a broken bone. Bone often heals stronger after a break, while soft tissue becomes scar tissue, weaker, less elastic, and less resistant to future shocks. Accidents can often cause a misalignment of the spinal bones, which can irritate nerves that exit the spinal cord through the vertebrae. This results in what is called referred pain. You may have no pain in your neck or back, but your fingers are numb and tingling. You have recurring headaches. Your vision is blurred, or there is a ringing in your ears. While the action of the impact is most obvious in your neck, this traumatic motion travels down your spine as well and can result in low back problems. You may experience back pain, muscle spasms, pain down the legs, numbness or cold sensation in the feet, and even bowel problems from a spinal injury. After an automobile accident, you should have a checkup, because injuries from accidents often result in chronic pain that may return in a week, a month, or even affect your health years later in the form of degenerative joint disease or osteoarthritis. A low-speed accident can sometimes result in serious soft tissue damage because instead of the car absorbing the force of the impact, the body of the victim absorbs it. After an accident, you should have a checkup by a chiropractic physician. This type of doctor is specially trained to diagnose and treat spinal injuries. Accurate diagnosis of your injury is vital. First and foremost, it is important for determining the most effective methods for treating your injury. In an accident case, it is also important that the diagnosis be accurate and objective, because insurance companies and attorneys need objective documentation of injury for handling your accident claim. Tests performed should include orthopedic, neurological, and physiological tests to record changes and abnormalities in your body, such as restricted movement, posture shifts, sensation loss, and loss or altered ability to function. At our clinic, we use several types of advanced diagnostic equipment to provide objective documentation of injury. X-rays are performed as necessary using state-of-the-art technology. Once your diagnosis is complete, the doctor will discuss it with you in detail, explaining your treatment plan and answering any questions you might have. Depending on your condition, you might be given spinal adjustments, traction, adjunctive therapy, or other treatments. Then, a rehabilitation program may include supervised exercise therapy to strengthen injured body parts. Insurance usually covers the cost of diagnosis and treatment of an accidental injury. Our office will be happy to provide information to your insurance company or to your attorney. And the doctor is well qualified to participate in any legal depositions or court appearances if needed. The most important thing to remember after an auto accident is that the most serious damage may not be to your car, but to your health. Don't suffer needless pain or risk permanent impairment. Get a chiropractic examination as soon as possible.
As you can see, auto accidents can cause serious health problems if the injury is ignored. If you or one of your loved ones have had an auto accident, see your family chiropractic physician. If you don't have a doctor, or if you have any questions at all about spinal trauma or personal injury, we would be happy to talk to you. Call Chiropractic Clinic Care at 322-3091. Thank you.
Two, three, 2, 3, 2, 3. Now.
Burning the midnight oil?
Amongst other things.
You slept?
Not really.
Do the dishes?
I guess I forgot.
Leave the house?
Nah.
Anything happen at all?
Some guy called.
About?
Something. Said he'd call back.
When?
I don't remember.
Thanks for the message.
You're welcome.
Got a call from a guy today.
About what?
An opening across town.
Really?
It's not glamorous, but it's a job.
Doing what?
Night watchman. Sit around, surf the internet, take a look about every once in a while.
Watching TV.
Yeah, I told him you're good at that.
How would I get there?
I'll drive you over in the evening and take the bus back.
Is there an exam?
You fake it. Once you're in, I don't care.
What about my record?
Use my numbers. Moonlight. Come on. Try it for me.
What do we want to do for dinner?
We?
Yeah, you and me.
You gonna buy? Exactly. What am I gonna do for dinner?
You don't have to be such a dick, man.
You don't gotta lay around all day, man.
Fuck you.
Fuck me. I take you in when nobody else will, am my brother's keeper, and fuck me.
So, Taco Hell?
You go there entirely too much. Quit trying to change the subject.
Mickey D's?
Not that depressed.
Pizza Slut?
Not that hungry.
Sub Slop?
I could do that.
Hello? Yeah, I can move it. Yeah, let me talk to my guy. Alright. Where have you been?
Out.
With who?
Friends.
Doing what?
Having fun.
Where'd you get those earrings?
They were a gift.
From who?
My mother.
For what?
Birthday.
Bullshit.
Go to hell.
So what's his name?
We never go out anymore.
Yeah, some of us have to work.
All you do is sit around and smoke all day.
Look, I'm making deals.
Oh yeah? How long has it been since the last one?
Look, it'll happen, okay? It just takes a little patience.
I'm getting tired of waiting.
Well, some of us can't get by on just our looks, you know?
There's more to me than that.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of things.
Well, I won't hold them against you.
So you're not going to tell me what you've been doing?
No. Where are you going?
Out.
What for?
To have fun.
With who?
Friends.
You don't have any friends!
You see, what a woman wants is a dog.
A dog?
Yeah, something she can take care of and show to guests, give a bath when it gets dirty.
Fetch sticks when she calls?
Yeah, when she wants to play with the dog, it's okay, and when she doesn't, it needs to sleep quietly at the foot of the bed.
Okay, so how exactly does this apply to me?
You're too smooth, man. You got your suit and your tie and your shoes all shiny, and to a certain extent, that's important.
Well, don't you have to be housebroken?
Yeah, but you gotta have some bad traits, too. I mean, leave your shirts on the floor, something. She'll think, oh, I can change that. Then you've got her.
When she thinks she can train you.
Yeah, then she'll clean the toilets and wash your shirts and change the sheets, and all you gotta do every so often is fix one of your faults and get another month out of her.
Well, okay, well then what happens when she's got you turned completely into her little lap puppy?
You dump her and revert to your old ways and start all over again.
It would be cheaper than a maid.
And you get room service.
Alright, so if the dude's the dog, and the chick's the cat.
Basically. I mean, a cat will come over and let you pet it, and then the next time it'll be a step further away. And if you pet it there, then the next time it's 2 steps, and so on.
It's testing your limits.
Yeah, sooner or later they'll figure out how far you're willing to chase them.
Well, what for?
So they can stand at the edge and see what really makes you come closer. I mean, this look or that move, and then when they want you to do something, they know what bait to put on the trap.
Well, I'd rather get carrots than a stick.
It's what they're up to. It's just their nature. I mean, You can no more fight it than teach a cat not to purr.
Well, if you figure out the game they're playing, then you can play along.
Yeah, you take a step in, you take a step back, and they expect it to be predictable, but instead they're guessing. It's a simple battle of wills. The stake's your soul.
True romantic, I see.
That's good. You're all dewy-eyed. I'm looking for the right one thing. I mean, they think that could be me, and then you've got them.
But I am looking for the right one.
Sincerity works well for luring them in, too. Once you've gone to the trouble of getting a nibble, though, you might as well get as much play out of them as possible.
Okay, so like run up the mileage and then trade it in for a new model.
I prefer to call it catch and release.
What's wrong?
Why do you say that?
You seem pissier than usual.
I got a raise.
Congratulations.
It's $20 a week.
Not bad.
I've been working there 6 months. Never once been late. And then one day they decide that's worth an extra 50 cents an hour. Stick around the whole year, they might give me $1.
Big money.
I've been thinking about quitting for a while, and then they come up and tell me the news. It's just the look on their faces.
You didn't take it?
I need the money more than my pride.
Some days you'd rather keep it?
And then come back and there you are, and I wonder why I go through the grind. I mean, don't you ever get tired of it?
Sometimes.
Man, we need to go someplace warm and sit on the beach and drink margaritas and let the waves and the surf wash all the noise away.
Don't you have a break coming up? You should plan something. Get out of here.
It's not the same. Besides, I'll probably wake up tomorrow and not even care. Just every once in a while I wonder where I'm headed. But at this point, it doesn't even matter anymore.
You could get another job if this one's getting on your nerves too much.
No matter where I'd go, though, I'd just be getting on the treadmill again. Finding myself adapting and try to become the best cog in the machine.
Just another animal in the zoo.
Every need taken care of, and all they do is stare out the window.
No. Yeah, you tell him if he wants an extension, he can have one. Yeah, but he's gonna have to make payments. Yeah, you tell him for each day he's late, it's gonna be an inch off his dick. Yeah, and you tell him that if he's a week late again, he can't have it because he ain't got the collateral. Okay? I will talk to him. Oh my God. What can I do you for?
Heard you were the guy that can move some stuff.
Stuff? What do you mean by stuff?
You know.
No, I'm afraid I don't. You're going to have to be a little more specific.
Mind?
Is this a joke? Who the hell are you?
I heard you were the kind of guy that could move some stuff.
Yeah. Well, you heard wrong, right? Now, get out of the office. What, are you deaf? Did you not understand me? Is this some sort of fucking trap here? Get the fuck out before I have you beaten. Hey, please remove this gentleman out of the office,
No,
alright?
hey, I'm leaving.
Jesus Christ, goddamn little punk. Try and set me up.
Who would win in a fight, Jet Li or the Predator?
Ooh, tough choice.
I mean, Danny plus Mel can take down Lee, while Danny plus a SWAT team can beat the Predator. Let's assume that Mel and the SWAT team are pretty much equal.
Well, they'd be pretty evenly matched, I think.
Who would you bet on?
I'm gonna go with Jet Li.
How so?
All right. The Predator is part badass alien and part high technology. You take the technology away, and Arnold can take him down. So the way I see it, he's going to be knocking Jet Li around, maybe like blooding his nose or something.
Mostly pissing him off.
Right, but eventually Jet Li's going to get his hands on one of those magic laser bullet spears and go medieval on his ass.
Okay, versus the alien.
The alien.
Doesn't the Predator beat the alien, though?
What beats the alien is technology, whether it's spaceship engines or the gun on the Predator's shoulder. You factor that out, and Lee doesn't stand a chance. What are some quick moves going to do against an alien that lives in vacuum and spits acid? Nothing.
Okay, the Terminator.
Which one?
The real one.
Liquid metal?
The first one.
Hyper-alloy combat chassis with a biomechanical shell?
You know it.
Lee again.
But Reese whacks aliens left and right, and even he can't take down the Terminator.
The Terminator is Arnold, plus some technology. Aliens are badass, but they got no tech. Reese in the future has tech, Reese in the present doesn't.
Lee's got no tech either.
I admit, Conan is pretty tough. I mean, he took on a demigod and Will Chamberlain with only a sword and its bulging biceps.
In the same day, even.
But his weakness is speed, and that's what Lee has in spades. I mean, it wouldn't be a pretty fight. It's going to be a lot of hit and run and Lee darting around.
Guerrilla warfare.
And if the Terminator got hold of him for a second, it'd be over. One mistake and he's done. But when it's all on the line, Jet Li's going to rise to the challenge.
Hey, what are you watching? Oh, I love this show. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When you go running around, it makes me think that something's happening. Look, I'm not the one who disappears.
I'm entitled to some secrets.
Not from me. Why not?
Because.
Look, I pay for all of this.
So your money?
That's not what I mean.
What then?
Don't put words into my mouth.
Then don't say them.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I apologize.
For
caring too much. I'm so for being an ass.
Asshole, you mean?
Same difference. Look, you want to make some food?
Why don't you go check the fridge?
What do we got?
How about some margarine? With paprika. Paprika.
I don't see why you can't cook anything every once in a while.
You know I don't cook.
Yeah, I forgot. It's been a while. For me, anyways.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, should we just order a pizza?
Did you make your deal?
What deal?
That guy you went to see.
Yeah, maybe.
Tell me.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
Is it any good?
Be enough to keep things going for a while.
Well, then let's celebrate.
You want to do dinner?
Beat sitting around here.
Where should we go?
Someplace we haven't been in a while.
Like where?
Just not the usual joints.
How about Dorse's?
That would be nice.
Yeah, it would.
What should I wear?
I don't care.
It's not even that. The guy was sick the other day, so I covered for him.
A good deed.
Thanks. Now he's gonna figure out how to get off next week. And I'll end up doing his shift again. And I don't want it.
Fair enough.
It just seems that anybody I help always tries to push it for more. And if somebody doesn't get a walk over you, they decide to be an enemy.
They want you to play their game.
It's not that they're bad people. It's just the way they are. You don't get mad at a coyote for howling at the moon.
So, no sense in stopping a backstabber?
Take a pack of dogs. There'll be a leader. You add a new one, and he'll have to fight for his place in the order. Every animal knows the unwritten law.
Seeing the pattern, doesn't that mean you can break it?
The only way to be free of the nonsense is to be outside of it all.
But then you're always alone, wandering from place to place, unknown, unwanted.
No connections, no problems.
Nothing means anything. You just sit around, watching the days pass by.
It looks empty from here.
All paths lead to the same place. The only difference is which one you take.
Suppose there are more important things than money.
Well, somebody's got to pay the piper.
Can't live off good intentions and holding doors open for little old ladies.
Can't eat that.
Maybe the old ladies?
Yeah, but cooking them's a pain.
Want to get some alcohol?
You even know what this was about?
Boss just said to come over quick.
Yeah, I know how he gets.
What do you think this guy was after?
It wasn't worth it.
That's the truth.
Well, where's that shovel at?
It's,
Oh, well, that puts a damper on things, doesn't it?
This is not my fault.
Let me get this straight. I listen to your blather while we drive an hour into the country, and you still forget the equipment? I what? I fucked up?
But
I am not listening to this.
Screw you.
Screw me? I'm not the dude who screwed up. Ignorant redneck? I'm always covering for your ass.
Don't call me a redneck.
I'll call you whatever I damn well please.
You're better than that.
I'm better than what?
Using stereotypes.
You throw them around all the time.
Mine are non-cultural.
What?
Crazy women drivers, dumb blondes, horny old people, timeless archetypes.
Oh, like drunken Irishmen?
Exactly. Inebriated bog trotters. If you're going to insult me, use a neutral term like hillbilly.
What's the difference?
Rednecks are white trash that fly rebel flags outside of their mobile homes. Hillbillies are people perhaps out of touch with modern society with a strong trait of self-sufficiency.
All right. You're not a stupid redneck. You're a stupid hillbilly.
Point taken.
And this situation?
I forgot to check the car as a result of years of collective inbreeding. And to rectify the situation, we shall go buy a shovel.
And just how does that demonstrate self-reliance, hillbilly?
I will dig the hole to atone for my sins.
Fine. I'll drive.
Did you see that?
Yeah?
The kitty cat?
Yes.
So aren't you going to stop?
I'm not the one who threw it out.
But we saw it.
Yeah, and?
So don't we have to do something?
Like what?
Like pick it up.
And then?
Keep it. Why is that funny?
Have you ever had a pet before?
No. But I can learn.
The thing would be dead in a week.
Well, we could take it to the pound.
You know what they do to animals there?
Do you think that I don't know how to take care of it?
Are you serious? Fine. If you're gonna complain, let's just go get the damn thing.
It's right up here.
I know where the spot is.
What? You want it, you find it.
Here, kitty kitty. Come to mommy.
Here, kitty kitty.
Kitty kitty.
Look, it's gone.
Here, kitty kitty.
Look, more than likely if we found it and took it to the shelter, they'd just kill it anyway.
You really don't care about anybody other than yourself, do you?
Look, it's a cold, hard world, babe, and I didn't make it that way.
White, red, white, black.
What's that?
The houses. The only thing different is the color of the front door.
Surely there's gotta be more than that.
It's like someone took a blade and smoothed it all out. No mountains, no trees, no rivers, just flat.
People gotta live somewhere.
Hell, if I had the means, I'd probably want to live here too. It just seems like everywhere anymore. Identical cars, same people, same houses. A cancer of order creeping across the land.
Who wants to be different?
I could be in a different city, have the exact same job, exact apartment, go to the same places to eat.
We're robots?
Not really. But go here, go there, do some of this, do some of that, go somewhere else. All to make me feel special and unique. But I can't shake this feeling that somewhere 100 miles away, there's this guy whose motions match mine.
You'd rather go back to the way it was?
Hell no. Things are better than ever right now. But as the doors blur by, I find myself changing to try to fit in. Even a rat in a maze has his choice exits.
Free will.
And yet the answer is predetermined.
Get the cheese if you do what they say.
It's just easier to keep on going and do the things the way they are than try to change.
But hasn't it been that way since the dawn of time?
Things are just too institutionalized now. Fighting the man, just another catchy slogan.
Kids seem to be into it. That ought to move at least another few thousand units.
Hey, double that if we can find an angry old man to complain.
I guess we just gotta hire one.
So did you catch the game?
I don't watch soccer.
Well, why not?
I can't stand a game that outlaws the fast break.
What?
You take the ball, a guy runs down the field, you get it to him, he scores. Standard practice in basketball. In football, the problem is getting open. Hell, even in baseball, you can steal bases.
Alright, so what's the deal with soccer?
A guy runs down the field by himself in soccer, he's off sides. So instead, everyone wanders to midfield, and there's these boring passing attempts to get around the defender.
What, it didn't go fast enough? Right?
Yeah, there's arguments for slowing down the casual game, but guys at the pro level are way beyond being able to claim to run too much. So ditch the rule.
Well, that would alter the balance.
Yeah, you like that? Here's my next one. Add a shot clock.
Blasphemy!
It's a little fast in professional basketball and encourages throwing it up. I'm not going to go overboard, say 3 minutes.
That's a decent amount of time, at least.
What it destroys is playing keep away. I mean, you remember the four corners nonsense in basketball? That's modern soccer.
Well, what about hockey?
What about it?
Well, they have offsides, too.
Yeah, but at least they acknowledge it as a limitation. I mean, you get a guy in the box, no penalty for your side. If that's not an endorsement for the fast break, I don't know what is.
All you're doing is asking to speed it up. I mean, can't you like something for what it is? Are you going to add a double lightning round to boxing?
It's a game, a set of rules to produce an outcome. Why do we do it a certain way?
Tradition.
Fuck that. The structure encourages a certain style of play. As long as it stays the same, so will the players.
What do they have to do with this?
The nature of the game determines who's good at it. I mean, basketball favors tall guys, football the big dudes, and soccer all the little ones left over.
There's exceptions.
Sure, but a little guy is always going to be fighting uphill in basketball, and a tall guy is going to be too slow for football, and some big guy is going to get winded running up and down a soccer field for an hour.
Yeah, yes.
I don't mind preferring one sport to another, but pretending there's some idealized set of rules that's better than all the others and beyond reproach, it's bullshit.
Yeah, well, they're not going to change it.
Why not?
All right, if Americans started caring about soccer, then in 10 years they'd get serious and start kicking everybody's ass.
Then the rest of the world would have to find some other pastime that they say is better than everything else.
All right.
And what's that going to be?
Cricket.
Gonna eat that?
It's too much for me. Do you want it?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah. Look, I said I don't want the damn thing.
Fine. I was just trying to be nice.
I'm not hungry.
Do you enjoy this?
What?
Eating, talking together?
It's alright, I guess.
Better than sitting at home?
Sometimes.
You'd rather watch TV.
Depends on what's on.
So I'm more important to you than reruns, but not as much as the big game.
Look, that only comes on once a year. And I'm usually not interested in the teams anyway.
But if it was on every day, you'd rather it than me.
But it's not.
But if it was.
Look, it just seems that we go out a lot, that's all, okay?
What's wrong with that?
Well, can't you grill a steak or something?
I don't do dishes.
Just be less expensive, I guess.
So you'd rather have me at a cheaper price?
Oh, don't start.
Start what?
You know what?
No, I don't.
Are we so boring that we have to fight in order to have something to do?
Is it the only way to say what we mean?
Why are you the only one that gets to ask questions and I don't?
I just want to know what we have here.
Fine, say I won the lottery. Would you want to get married?
I guess.
And if I didn't? Exactly.
Exactly what?
Exactly my point.
Dad.
That you're no different than I am.
So the only way you'd marry me is if you won the lottery?
Needed some toothpaste, so I went to the store.
You get the green stuff?
I've tried the other kinds. None of them taste right. I also realized I was going to run out of shampoo, so I went down the aisle for a bottle.
You get the same brand?
Nah. For those, the blue gunk is better. I ended up standing there looking at them.
Just one in each hand?
I decided it was silly to go to the store every couple months. So I went back and got 2 more of each.
But do you use them at the same rate?
Exactly. The shampoo goes faster, so I went and put one of the tubes back.
And so?
And nothing. Just had one of those weird moments where you catch a glimpse of yourself doing something.
You want to know what the man in the mirror's doing when you're turned around?
Just wondering if he thinks I've become conservative.
So you're gonna start yelling at the kids to get off the front yard?
Bugs me that I've figured this out for the next half a year.
Nothing wrong with being prepared.
I'm just tired of trying to figure these things out. You know, I'm always trying to make the right move so I'm not repeating myself.
Are you getting better with time?
I remember how fast I was once. Slower now. Just better at hiding it, that's all.
Yeah, tricky usually beats good anyway.
Not always. I feel my routine deepening and becoming a rut. This could be my last chance to break free.
It could just be more of a groove.
This isn't where I saw myself in 5 years. If something doesn't change, it could be here in another decade. That scares me more than anything.
Man, I think you're overthinking your toiletry purchases just a bit.
Yeah, that toothpaste is still the best. Anybody who says otherwise is a damn fool.
Fine, let's talk. Where did you go this morning? God.
It's not that.
Then what?
I can't tell you.
You expect me to be truthful and honest and all that jazz? And you can't even answer a simple question? How am I supposed to answer yours?
I guess you just have to trust me.
I don't trust nobody.
Not even yourself?
Especially not myself. Some broad comes by and shows him the goods. That dumb son of a bitch will sell its soul to get a squeeze.
So that's all I am?
What?
Just another piece.
You're the one who disappears once a month to God knows where, come back with all these pointed questions. I say the wrong thing and all of a sudden you're the outraged victim.
This time is different.
You've said that before.
I know, but this time I mean it.
And that too.
So here we sit.
Over and over again.
Fine. One question.
Shoot.
Did you really get that deal?
Yeah?
I've been around long enough to know when you're lying.
Bullshit.
Your left eye twitches.
Does not.
So what are we doing here then?
Because it's what you want.
What I want or what you think I want?
Is there a difference?
Of course.
Women only want one thing.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Balls on a platter.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Every single woman in the universe thinks about all day is your dick or your money.
Oh, so now you're thinking? You better stick to what you're good at.
Well, we can't all be geniuses like yourself.
Are you saying I'm not smart?
If you were, we wouldn't be having these problems.
You'd think with the money I spent on you, I'd get a better return on my investment.
Excuse me?
Would you be dating me if I was broke?
You really think that's why I'm here?
I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary.
Well, sweetie, I'd have to be pretty dumb to stick around for your money.
Men don't look at you for your well-rounded mind, babe.
I'm leaving.
Good idea. This place is starting to bore me anyway.
I've decided that I'm only going to eat natural foods from now on, like water. We've been drinking water since the dawn of time, okay? But not ice, not natural. Ancient man didn't sit around drinking lemonade on summer days.
So what, like nuts and berries?
I got no problem with plants or with protein. You take a 16-ounce steak, okay? A pound of beef. You could eat that every day for the rest of your life and not have any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, but you're gonna get sick of it.
Whatever, but if you ate a pound of sugar a day, there's no doubt in my mind which is going to cause problems. But what are people afraid of?
Yeah, everyone knows that meat is gonna cause you problems later.
We've been eating animals for thousands of years, and now they want to replace them with fried starch and corn syrup?
So what are you gonna do when you get scurvy?
Drink orange juice.
That's not natural.
What do you mean?
All right, orange juice. You take the orange, you grind them up, you take off the pulp, and you serve what's left, the sugar water. All the good parts they throw away.
I'll chug a vitamin then.
That's not natural either. Some machine in a factory crapped that out.
What would you do, smarty pants?
Fried liver.
God damn! You know what goes into those birds?
Yeah?
Shit! And that's what you're eating.
Yeah, look, it's not any weirder than the first guy who decided to start sucking on cow titties. It's like baloney. Like, they take all the parts of the cow nobody wants and grinds them up together. You think there's no insects that get in the orange juice grinder?
I like apple juice.
Yeah, well then drink it then.
It's not natural.
Nothing is. Apples don't exist in the real world. What you buy in the store is the result of thousands of years of mucking around with nature.
Which makes them taste good.
Yes, but drawing a line in the sand and saying everything on this side is good and everything on that side is bad is just going to lead to ruin. I mean, like something for what it is, not for some half-baked rationalization you came up with.
Well, then I might have to think for myself.
Yeah, scary, ain't it?
Fine, I'm the bad guy. I'm at the end of my rope, and you're gonna run off again because I'm nothing. And then you're the one who gets upset when I say these things. Well, how else are you gonna change your mind if I don't? That's what I thought.
You know, I was at Wally World the other day. I saw this guy. The girls he had with him were pretty rough.
Yeah, but he had two of them, right?
No doubt. And I was thinking we should do the same thing. I mean, 2 5s are less work than 1 9.
In what way?
Well, 10's not so much a measure of beauty as it is rarity. I mean, for every 10, say you have a dozen 9s, and for every 9, a dozen 8s. For every 8,
Okay, what's the point?
If you're going to go for the very top, you're going to have to fight out everybody else to get there. She knows that.
So you're gonna have to pay.
Through the nose. But give me a couple of solid, dependable 5s. Not 6s, but not 4s either.
Yeah, I know the type. Average.
And here's the thing. There's a lot of girls ahead of them. They know the score. All you gotta do is find a couple of them that can stand each other.
And that's the end of it?
If they get out of hand, you kick them to the curb. You know that, they know that, so there's no drama.
Yeah, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Yeah, triangles are not a stable structure. I mean, it'd be alright if they're always fighting each other, but they're women.
Eventually, they're gonna put aside their differences and team up on you.
And then you're screwed, and not in a good way.
There's no way to fight a herd of females shy of picking them off one at a time.
Yeah, so there's plenty of 5s out there, but finding the 2 that aren't going to cause trouble together is harder than it seems. And then you're back to the original problem.
Except now there's 4 hands on your cojones.
Yeah, they're going to squeeze. It's feminine nature.
All right, new angle. Indian or Asian?
Chinese.
Why?
Well, there's nothing better than a good plate of shrimp fried rice. If I had a hot little mom at home making that for me every day,
You're not saying which one is better.
I'm not? I mean, okay, eventually you're going to have to do something besides sleep together. She doesn't have to be a PhD, but there's got to be a little something there.
What does this have to do with food?
Okay, if you can't spend some quiet evenings at home together, eventually you're just going to drive each other nuts. I mean, take a woman who's maybe not the sweetest smelling rose, but she cooks, she cleans, turn down the lights, turn up the music, go to town.
Gotta eat every day, don't gotta fuck.
Exactly.
I'm asking which catches your eye.
And I'm saying it's a little bit more complicated than that. All you've got is a fantasy list.
Avoiding the question.
Okay, fine. I want the 9. But I give points for cooking and manners and erudition and things you don't even think about.
Blah, 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 blah. Give me the 5s.
You see that one up there? Yeah, that's Mars.
Think we'll ever go there?
Someday. People will go, take a few pictures. They don't really want to travel though. Just want to show off to their friends.
Outer space tourism.
It's a sad thing what got us off this rock in the first place was trying to keep in line the foreigners.
Same thing that explored the globe.
There's no place to explore anymore. People just sit around, try to escape reality.
You think there's anything worth finding?
Probably. People always forget how spread out everything is up there.
A lot of empty space.
You know, I used to look up, just see all the points of light. Now all I can focus on is the dark.
Yeah, but, I mean, what if?
A million years from now, it won't matter. Same sun, same stars, shining down on the same earth. Maybe by then, cockroaches will have taken over. They'll be sitting around, looking up at the sky, asking each other these same questions. Some guys killed some other guys right here. Then some new guys came and killed the old ones. Their voices all quiet now, buried with the bodies, dust into dust.
Ashes to ashes.
I figure it's a good thing. We don't really know who's pulling the strings, eh?
But if none of it matters, aren't we free?
We're not really free. Not free from each other. We still gotta breathe. Still gotta eat. Everybody has to play the game. Some people won't ever risk anything. Others will piss it all away. But in the end, Hal's will always win.
So best to take what you want, rather than spend your life wishing you had.
It's a dangerous thing. Rationalization.
How's it going?
It's all right.
Nice weather, no?
Yeah, it's pleasant.
So,
do they have a shovel?
they have an extensive gardening selection,
And?
and I seem to have misplaced my wallet.
Damn it.
$10 do it.
Make it 20.
Hello? Oh, you got it? Let me call you back in a bit. Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Tony, Tony, Tony.
Hello? Yeah, this is he. Yeah, I remember you. You wanna talk? About what? Alright, I'll be there in a few. Baby? I did it, I got the money. You don't have to leave. I made my deal. You don't have to go.
Doesn't matter.
Why not?
Because if I stayed for your money, then I'd be your whore.
There are a dozen others just like you.
Good luck finding them.
So Tom or Jerry?
Jerry.
See, that's what everybody says, but I got a soft spot for Tom. Yeah, I saw this one where he's getting out some lemonade and he's setting up a hammock. He's gonna read a magazine. He's just minding his own business.
Enter Jerry.
Who's intent on destroying the peace, and it all escalates from there.
Of course.
So Tom ends up fanning both Spike and Jerry while they drink his lemonade, read his magazine in his hammock. Tom's just standing there wondering what the hell happened as they're beating him over the head.
It sucks.
And then it hit me.
What?
Jerry is the instigator. I mean, Tom leaves him alone. He doesn't even really bother him. Sure, if he gets yelled at, he's gonna make a show of chasing the mouse.
But he doesn't cause the problems.
That damn mouse has some sort of psychological disorder that causes him to wreak havoc.
So who's the greatest of them all?
Well, first I gotta state my biases. I don't like people who talk, so that rules out Daffy Duck and company.
Even Bugs?
Especially Bugs. That guy's such a poser.
He's cool.
Oh, he is that guy. The one with the good looks, model girlfriend who's rich, perfect life.
Compared to...
Porky has a stutter and an eating disorder. Daffy has a lisp. They're real.
Okay, who's the best?
Alright. Wile E. Coyote. Dude never says a word. His plans blow up in his face, but he shrugs them right off and he goes back to the lab.
Never gonna give up, huh?
He keeps trying no matter how foolish it is. It's the principle of the thing. I mean, he's doomed to fail, but this time just might be the time he gets lucky. He never complains.
Wasn't there one, though, where he talks to the kids?
Didn't happen. Figment of your imagination.
Lies perpetuated by the machine.
They try to make him like the rabbit, but when it's just him and the bird, words ruin it. The best action doesn't need translation.
You really want me to get that job? You interested? Not really, but I'll give it a try. I mean, you do so much for me, and I never return the favor. I'm just not cut out for the real world. Nobody is. You get up every morning. I've tried a dozen times. Someone says something wrong, I punch him in the face, back out on the street again. You know, violence isn't the solution to everything. It's what I'm good at. Well, in video games and cartoons and other stupid shit. I guess I can branch out. I ain't making no promises, though. You know that thing you're talking about tomorrow?
What, that? Let's do it. Really? I don't give a shit anymore. I mean, fuck, I'm the bad people anyway. It's a hard reason to die. It's your call then, but don't let me stand in your way. This ain't like deciding where to go eat. I know. But you just get to a certain point and you realize that's all there's gonna be. And I want something more. I mean, I could learn to cope without and smile and pretend it doesn't matter. But I don't want to. I got a chance to break the wheel. It's not something good. I'm not a good man. If the shoe was on the other foot, they'd be doing the same thing to me. Just don't care anymore. I mean, no more bad food and alarm clocks in the morning. That's all I'm after. Hey, remember the thing we were talking about yesterday?
Hello, come on in, hey! Hey, I'm sorry about snapping at you the other day, you know. Been a little paranoid lately, thinking everybody's out to get me. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, like, have a seat, man. So, you're serious about the stuff. You still got it?
Well, it's not really me that's got it. It's a guy I know. But, he's willing to do it today.
Today, huh? Yeah. How much does he want for it?
He said, 75?
75? That's very reasonable. How much do you want? You know, your take, finder's fee, whatever.
I was thinking, 10? You know, for setting it up and all.
10? Wow. It's quite a bit. You got yourself a deal. There you go. So, think you can call him right now?
I think I can do that.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, they're in. 75. Where?
Bridge, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock at the bridge? Alright, man, I'll see you there. Later.
So, that's it? We're set up?
Good to go.
Great. Well, you drive a hard bargain. Let me reward you. God damn little punk. You call up our friends at the company, find out where that last phone call was made to, then get Jack and get Petey over here and dispose of this little piece of shit, and then take care of those other fuckers too, alright? Nobody steals from me. Nobody steals from me.
Yeah? Alright, when? Where? Alright, we'll take care of it.
What'd he say?
Alright, well, we...
Big!
Yes, miss.
Joel. Wrong guy. Do you have a last request?
It's alright.
Do it.
Shopping with Susan is about choices. Choices you can make to help you get lean, strong, and healthy. First, we'll start at Susan's, where she'll show you how to defat your kitchen, getting rid of all those food items you think you can't live without. Susan will show you that by making the right choices and the right substitutions, you won't have to feel hungry and you won't feel deprived. Then it's off to the grocery store, where aisle by aisle, Susan shows you how to shop for you and your family. How to use Susan's famous fat formula, and most importantly, she'll give you the skills to make you an informed consumer. It's just you and Susan in the grocery store, shopping together. After your marathon shopping trip, it's back to the kitchen to take stock of what you bought. Here, organization's not the key. It's learning that there is so much available to you right in your neighborhood market. From low-fat potato chips to frozen foods, you'll have a kitchen stocked with high-volume, low-fat food. Once you've gotten your kitchen in order, Susan will show you a typical menu for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And finally, Susan's going to answer some of your most commonly asked questions. Susan did her Shopping with Susan video so she could share her message of defatting, shopping, and restocking. So, let's get started.
Hi, my name is Susan Powder. You know, the lady who tells you to eat. Sometimes softly, sometimes a little loudly, but it's because I believe so strongly in what I'm about to tell you. You guys all know that dieting doesn't work, and you know that deprivation doesn't work. That never worked for me. Every time I went on a diet, you know where I ended up? I ended up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, shoving food in my mouth. Deprivation, the first symptom of deprivation is binging, and that's where I always ended up. Shopping with Susan is about convenience, it's about simplicity, but mostly it's about fat, because that's the thing that you need to know about in order to reduce the amount of fat that you've got on your body. But wait, I'm not asking you to do something as dramatic as totally emptying the cupboards. All I'm asking you to do is to get rid of some of those foods that you think you can't live without. So we're gonna find out how to find fat. We're gonna find out how to cook with lower fat. It's not food that makes you fat. It's fat that makes you fat. The first thing we've got to do is get rid of the oil. Saturated, unsaturated, good, bad, heart attacks, right, wrong. What is it all about? No wonder you're confused. I was. I'll tell you what the bottom line is for you and I. The bottom line is that saturated or unsaturated, all oil is 100% fat. Butter. How do we live without this? Butter is 99% fat. Eggs. Think about it. What do you do without eggs in your life? Eggs are 63% fat. Open the freezer and you've got the ultimate culprit, ice cream. Ugh! Ice cream that's over 30% fat, get rid of it. And how do you know? Use your fat formula. Remember, it's number of fat grams times 9 equals X. X divided by the total calories will tell you how much fat is in each serving. So use your fat formula throughout your kitchen. And there's this creamy white stuff. Just because your creamer says no cholesterol and non-dairy, it doesn't mean that it's low in fat. But don't worry, I'm gonna give you some great substitutions later on. How do you live without these things? You know, recently somebody asked me, Susan, do you ever cheat? Well, an example, do you ever have a banana split? Do you ever... Banana split? You know what my sons and I had the other night for dinner? We had a banana split with ice cream, with toppings, and that was it. That was our dinner. And the key here is to use low-fat ice cream or yogurt for a great banana split. Now, I don't eat that every night for dinner, but it's not about cheating. You're not gonna have to worry about cheating with high-volume, low-fat eating. Do you know what shopping with Susan is really all about? It's about taking the foods that you think you can't live without and learning how to live with them so you can be as lean, as strong, and as healthy as you want to be. It's time to go shopping. Come on, let's go. Now, this is fun. The middle of the night going shopping. Come here. I called these guys and said, could I shop alone? Because I got to talk to you guys and shop alone. And they said, okay. Come here. We got to get in the door. Have you ever been in anything this size alone at night? Come here. Look. Wait. Wow. 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 Look at this. It's huge. Come on, let's go shopping. You know what this is all about? This is all about learning how to make better choices in a grocery store. Every one of us have got to buy groceries once a week, twice a week, however often you buy them. You gotta eat, and you gotta make the right choices. This is a great place to get started, in the butter section. A lot of us have stopped eating butter because we know it's high in fat and we know there's saturated fat. So we've gone to margarine. Well, remember the fat formula? Number of fat grams times 9 equals X. X divided by the total calories. Right here, you can figure it out. We'll tell you per serving how much fat is in each serving. So let's go to margarine and let's use the fat formula and see how high in fat it is. Let's look. Number of fat grams. Well, there's 11 grams of fat in this, but we don't even have to do the formula because right after it, it says 100% of the calories from fat. So is it better than butter? Not always. You gotta look. Not hard, but you gotta look. There are some choices here. Let's do the fat formula on this. Let me get my calculator. Number of fat grams, 0. There it is right there. There's your choice. Spread that on your toast or your dry bagel. Right next door, the eggs. Believe it or not, you can defat eggs so easily. I'll show you when we get back to the kitchen. I'm gonna buy a dozen now. Eggs and low-fat margarine spread. Oh, the spice section, this is great. You know, all I did back there was look at the label. You'll find the brands you like and you'll find the taste you like, but you gotta turn it around, read the label, and use this fat formula. Now, here's an aisle I love because I love spicy food. I love Tabasco sauce and Worcestershire sauce and peppers and salts and taste. So grab what you like. I'm gonna grab the flavors I like. Again, you gotta make sure, check the label. No, that's too high in fat. Oh, I love this. Hot sauce, mild. Do you like it mild? Do you like it spicy? What do you like? Whatever the taste is, check the label and get it. Olives, now you know. I mean, if olive oil is high in fat, what do you think of olives? You see, it's a matter of options. Oh, I love these little green spicy peppers. Relishes, cucumbers, these are great. Pickles, you'll learn to find the foods that are low in fat and the brands you like. Now, I know you can't eat these things, but they sure make a table look pretty. So while we're here in the middle of the night, let's grab some plants. Oh, don't hurt the plant. Hold on. Let me get, oh, these are beautiful. All right, now these have nothing to do with eating, but I mean, as far as aesthetics are concerned, a little beauty doesn't hurt. Vinegars, this is great. There are so many salad dressings you can make using balsamic vinegar. Do you know that I just found out how to pronounce that balsamic, but I've heard it pronounced 100 different ways. But there are so many different vinegars. Cider vinegar, there's so much you can do with that. And years ago, I went on a diet where I used to drink this stuff. I smelled like dirty socks for 8 months. The oils, you don't need them. Ah, you know those vegetable sprays that you all use? So many of us are under the impression that they're low in fat. You're on the phone, you're spraying the pan, no problem. Check the back of these things. They're so high in fat. We don't want those. Dressings. You know, you can take a salad and lettuce and tomato and onions and put whatever you want in it, and then you can trash it. You can high-fat it instantly by pouring a high-fat dressing on it. There's so many options today. Look at them all. There are non-oil dressings, there are low-fat dressings, there's creamy without any fat in it. You've got to read the front and the back. You'll find the taste that you like. I love these vinegar dressings. Also, another thing, you'll become so familiar with brand names. There are some, and I can't mention them, but there are some brand names that I like, but sometimes you have to spice them up. They're a little bland. Hold on, I want to show. Oh, no oil dressing, no oil dressing, no oil dressing. Now, you got to walk right past the whole crouton thing. I'm telling you that right now. Walk right past it. Bread. Well, wonder why we're confused about this. Remember the old dieting days when you used to take off the bun and just eat the hamburger? Now you get rid of the hamburger and eat the bun. No wonder we're so confused. Well, there are a lot of different kinds of bread. There's whole wheat, there's white, there's all kinds of breads. You got to read the ingredients on this one, and I'll tell you why. If you turn over a loaf of bread and read ingredients, butter, milk, eggs, you know it's high fat because the ingredients are high fat. If you see whole wheat, water, salt, and whatever else is in bread, then you know it's a low-fat bread. If you like whole wheat, buy whole wheat. I mean, it's up to you and your taste. Rye, I can't stand rye. But you buy what you like. Sourdough is one of my favorite. My sons and I make sourdough French toast in the morning. I know when you hear French toast, you go, ah! But you think it's low fat, the bread is low fat, and I'm gonna show you how you can defat the egg. So it's low fat French toast. Right across the aisle, look at this, look at this. A cupcake once in a while, a cinnamon roll once in a while. There's so many low-fat items on the market now. Just make sure you're not living on this stuff. Make sure you're eating high-volume, low-fat food. If you want to have a piece of cake, low-fat, they're all over the place. Check it out. You know, stuffing's real interesting. Let's do the fat formula on some stuffing here. Number of fat grams, 1 gram. 1 times 9 is 9. Oh, this is really low fat, divided by 110 calories. Let's try the stuffing. You know, it's a matter of just making the choices. And again, you're not going to have to walk around using the fat formula every minute of the day because you're going to find the brands that are low fat. You're going to find the taste that you like. So this is going to help you find the fat and find where the fat isn't. So use it for the first couple of times. It's not that difficult. Sodas. I like soda. Once in a while, I like to drink a glass of soda, especially in the summertime. If we're talking about fat, there's not a lot of fat in soda. There sometimes is a whole lot of sugar. Oh, look. Reminds me of the Homeland. Oh, I'm about to drop it. Keep it there. Watch this. I wouldn't want to break anything, especially this light. Who would clean it up? Me? Hold on. Have a soda if you want a soda. I do need some toothpaste. Hold on. Oh, while I'm at it, let me get a toothbrush. Now, what we're trying to do here is use your supermarket. Don't be afraid to shop. Don't only stay in the aisles that are the dieting aisles. You know, I heard when I was changing my body, I heard stay away from all the middle aisles and only go to the left or right. What does that mean? I can't eat anything in the middle aisles? Well, you can't eat anything. You can eat anything in every aisle if you make the right choices. Look at this. I want you to spend a second here with me. Look at this. Water! How much water could there possibly be? Look at this, water. Isn't water water? I mean, how many kinds of water do we have? A lot of people ask me the question about drinking water to lose weight. What about those 8, 9, 10 glasses of water a day I'm supposed to drink? Well, if losing weight was a matter of drinking glasses of water, then I would be a mermaid. I'd be buoyant. That's not what it's about. You should eat when you're hungry and drink when you're thirsty. And when you drink, try and get some nice, natural, clean water in your body because it's important. I'm going to get a bottle of water for later in the kitchen, sauteing. Oh, okay. We have non-fat, lowest in fat, 1%, 2%. Have you guys noticed that, number one, there's no cholesterol in anything anymore, and everything is lean, light, or low fat? No wonder you're a little confused. I know I get confused. You walk to the milk department, the first thing a lot of us do is pick up the 2% milk, because it says 2%. Well, let's do the fat formula. Number of fat grams, 5. 5 times 9 equals, divided by calories, 140. 2% equals 32% fat. 2% or 32%? Which one, guys? Put it down and reach for the non-fat. Right here, there's the answer. Yogurt, right next to the milk. There are yogurts that are high in fat, and there are yogurts that are low in fat. There are yogurts that are loaded with sugar. There are yogurts with less sugar. Read the labels. I know the brands I like, so I go right for them, and I know they're low in fat. Paper towels. Hey, how'd they get my husband's face on the cover of these paper towels? Big guy paper towels, that's what these are. Frozen foods, a lot of choices here. You know what frozen means to me? It means convenience. Not a lot of us have a whole lot of time. So, there's a lot of options in the frozen food section. You gotta really be careful here, though. A lot of the major diet brands have frozen foods for your convenience, and they're not always low in fat. Read the labels, do the fat formula. Some of my favorite dessert frozen foods, fruit bars. A strawberry fruit bar is gonna be lower in fat than a banana fruit bar. I mean, check it out, a lot of bananas have milk in it. I love the ices, I love the fruit bars. Once in a while, have a dessert. This is about convenience. It's about making it easy for you to make the decisions that you need to make to lower your daily fat intake. You know what shopping should be? A no-brainer. It should not be complicated. Tuna, this is great. Just a moment. Let me go grab some gloves for all the gardening I do. Just a moment. Well, you can always dream. I really do want to start a garden one day, a nice vegetable garden with the boys. This is a great aisle to make a point. Tuna. It's not the tuna that's high in fat. It's the mayo that we put in it. I make a tuna salad with sweet relish, onions, tomatoes. It's fabulous. You make that with your sourdough bread, with your lettuce and tomato and onions. Look what you've got, a great low-fat sandwich. So if it's tuna you want, oh, not that, I want this.
The key to the tuna is what it's packed in. 3 ounces of tuna packed in oil is 40% fat. Packed in water, 13% fat.
Soups. Again, great point here. Minestrone soups, vegetable soups, bean soups. The cream ones, obviously they're higher in fat. Check it out.
The fat-free vegetable soup has 0 grams of fat. New England clam chowder, 18 grams of fat.
But instant, you want instant? I run home sometimes, open a can of soup, make my fabulous tuna salad, and bingo, I look like a gourmet chef. It doesn't take a lot of time. It just takes thinking and making the right choices. What do we got here? Soy sauce. Big one in our house. We use a lot of soy sauce. I make dressings with it. I like the salty, spicy, rich taste of it. I mean, don't drink the bottle, but use it if you like the taste of it. Bouillon cubes. You can get, and this is amazing. I mean, when you do the fat formula on these bouillon cubes, you wouldn't believe. There's vegetable bouillon now that is usually lower in fat than the beef, but not always. Check the label and make sure. Let me have a look at this. Oh, low sodium, vegetarian bouillon cubes. I'm gonna get a couple of these. Soup base. Ah, here it is right here. My favorite part, the spices. You know why? You can take something, high volume, low fat, that is kind of bland, and with these, low fat, fabulous taste, you can make it taste any way you want. What do you feel like? You feel like salty? You feel like garlic? You feel like allspice? What is allspice? Does that mean every spice on the market? It smells terrible, but it tastes good. Bay leaf, chili, ooh, chili powder, love chili powder. Cinnamon, not cinnamon and sugar, just ground cinnamon. Cinnamon on toast in the morning. I grew up on cinnamon and toast, it was so good. Crackers, 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 crackers. You know, you can't trust these crackers. You gotta really watch out. All because something says whole wheat and stone-free, you can't just assume because it says that it's low fat. Again, remember, not healthy, unhealthy, not whole food, it's high fat versus low fat. There are some crackers you can have. Now, I know these look like teething biscuits, but they happen to be some of my favorite. Oh, let's finally tell the truth here. It's time to start to tell the truth here. Rice cakes. I don't know. I think if you like styrofoam, you're going to like rice cakes. Now, there's some brands that do have some flavorings in them and taste better than the plain, but there's nothing worse than a plain rice cake as far as I'm concerned. I'll go back and get some of the flavorings. All right, I won't be so hard on rice cakes. I do like these. I do like these. Ooh, I like these butter-flavored popcorn ones, too, but not the plain ones. I can't stomach the plain ones. Popcorn, I think popcorn is the most amazing snack in the grocery store. Popcorn is a low-fat food. You do the fat formula on some of these popcorns, they're as high as 57% fat, some of them. I want to know from these food manufacturers, how do you take a non-fat food and make it 57% fat? Use the fat formula, but you know the best thing to do? Buy some corn, just some popcorn. Take it home, put it in your frying pan. I don't use oil. I use a Teflon pan, and I do the old shake over the side. I don't know, it was a grandma used to do it. Somebody used to do it. I stand there like this. The kids and I hear it popping. You open it up, it's done. I put some salt on it. We eat it by the bucket full. Pretty much peanuts speak for themselves. If it's a nut, it's high in fat. Pasta, 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 pasta. Fabulous pasta, all kinds of pasta, and you don't have to make it yourself. Somebody asked me the other day, do you make your own pasta? Oh, sure. In between business meetings and PTA functions, I go home and make pasta. It comes out in those little strings. No, I don't make my own pasta. But you know what I do make? Pasta salads. I make pasta by the bucket. I put it in the fridge. I come home, I have a soup that I whip up out of a can. I put some pasta in and I go, voila, minestrone soup, kids. Spaghetti. Well, you all know about spaghetti. I mean, how obvious could we be here? Try it, I don't know, maybe you could use a little give me my pasta. I'm alone here. I can scream as loud as I want. Pasta. You got little, ooh, look at these. These are like little half shells, mini shells, long ones, bow ones, egg noodles, round curly ones in big boxes. Wow, look at the size of these. Now, you could use these without the cheese in the middle. Use your imagination with the pasta. It's a very versatile, low-fat food. Old days of dieting, God forbid you eat pasta, well, that's all changed, hasn't it? Part of changing the way you look and feel, getting lean, strong, and healthy, is breaking some old habits and creating some new ones. Now, I'm going to ask you to go out on a limb with me here. I'm not asking you to cut your hair like mine, but I am asking you to think about something. Beans. I know. Beans, good for you, I know, but not if you soak them, you're not gonna have a problem. Red beans, split peas, Great Northern, where? Who knows? Beans and rice. The versatility of these foods is unbelievable. High volume, low fat, versatile, cheap, so unbelievably inexpensive. That's why in my eating guide, I included a lot of grain and bean recipes. They're foods we're not very familiar with, but they're foods that we need to be more familiar with. You know what? I grew up eating cereal. Jed Clampett bowls of cereal. I love eating cereal. I still, in the middle of the night, if I'm worried about something or just up for whatever reason, I get huge bowls of cereal and I eat them and I think. Could you imagine me at 2 o'clock in the morning eating cereal and thinking, my husband comes in and goes, whoa, glad I married you. Watch. Don't assume all cereals are low in fat. One of the big things that cereals do is they always say high fiber. All cereals are such high fiber. Well, they may be high fiber, but that doesn't mean they're low in fat. I know. Check the labels, but you got to. When you see bran, all because you see bran, don't assume it's low in fat. I know what I like, I know what my kids like, I know what's high in fat, and I know what's low in fat. And that's what I buy. Nothing wrong with having a big bowl of cereal in the middle of the night as far as I'm concerned. And I'm here alone, I can do and say whatever I want, can I? Canned veggies. Convenient? Yep. You don't have to look too far to find a lot of canned vegetables that you like. Asparagus. I love asparagus. I don't know if many people do, but I love it. You don't have to look too far, but you do have to check for a couple of things. High sodium, sometimes in canned vegetables it really gets a little outrageous. Sugar, believe it or not, it's there. Come here. When you see granola, don't assume that because it says granola, again, you got this healthy thing going on. Everything is healthy, everything's lean, everything's light, and everything's low fat. That's why you got to be the fat detective. The fat detective. Find out where the hidden fat is, and don't just look at healthy fiber. Think, read, and formula. Oh! I thought there wasn't anything I could eat in a grocery store. Look at how many choices. I'm gonna have to get another cart. Oh, I gotta go back here for a second. Canned fruit. Low in fat, not much tastes better over your low-fat frozen dessert. I do use a lot of jellies and jams. I'm gonna show you how. Lemon curd. Ooh, what is this? Well, it doesn't even have the fat grams listed. If it doesn't have the fat grams listed, I don't buy it. Chips and dips, chips and dips. I love chips and dips. How can you be lean and eat chips and dips? Well, I'll show you how. There's a lot of low-fat chips on the market. Check the label, check the label. And the bean dips that are around these days, there's so many of them. Now, you can't have chips and dips if you're having cheese dip. Bean dip, why not? When you buy that bean dip, make sure it's not made with oil. Pretzels. This snack aisle brings up a real good point. High-volume, low-fat eating means that you eat regularly scheduled meals, that when you're hungry, you need to eat. Well, sometimes you're riding in the car, you're in a place that you can't eat. You know what I do? I carry food with me. It makes it so convenient, whether it's just a snack until I can get to my lunch or get to my breakfast or get to my dinner. I mean, when you carry around a bag of food, it's like a feed bag. You kind of feel like a horse sometimes. But when you're hungry, you gotta eat. Pretzels. Low-fat potato chips, low-fat tortilla chips, bean dips. Go ahead and eat them. Make sure you got plenty on hand because you need to eat. Nowhere is the fat formula more valuable than where I'm sitting right here, the cheese department. You can like cheese. There's nothing wrong with liking cheese, but you got to be real careful here because the ultra delight, 72% fat. Now, Ultra Delight. The famous extra light, have a look, check it out, 51% fat. Here's the point. Whatever it is you want the nachos, I have nachos all the time with the boys. We use black beans and lettuce and tomato and onions and pico de gallo and salsa. They're great nachos. But if you're gonna put the fat in, you're gonna pour the cheese on, boom, it's fat. You gotta really be careful in the cheese department. Use your fat formula, read your labels, and please, especially here, don't believe it when they say light. Look for non-fat, real low-fat cheese, and use it sparingly. You can grate just a little bit of non-fat cheese and sprinkle it on top of the nachos. Use just a little bit, but be careful. Please don't believe the light labels you see here. Another area you gotta walk real carefully in. Walk this way. Oh, I'm singing in the grocery store. I think it's getting late, guys. Lunch meats. Want a sandwich? You have the bread, low fat, lettuce, tomato, onions, sauerkraut, relish, whatever it is you stuff in your sandwiches. So far, we don't have any fat. Slip in the lunch meat. Well, how much fat are you getting? Let's have a look. Use your fat formula on things that say 96% fat-free. Number of fat grams 1 into 20 calories. Ooh, do the math, guys. It's unbelievably high in fat. Turkey. It isn't always low in fat. You gotta look at the label, turn it around. If you find the brand that you like the taste of, that you know is low fat, again, slip it in the sandwich. But don't assume because it says 98% fat-free that you can eat the sandwich. Instant little package, lunchable kind of things with little chunks of cheese and chunks of ham and 4 or 5 crackers, dangerously high in fat. That doesn't mean you can't have crackers and snacks. It means that these prepackaged things that scream lean at you aren't always lean. Great example right here. Salmon. Everybody thinks fish, it's all low fat. Do the fat formula on fish. See this? The fat grams aren't listed, the calories aren't listed. So now what do? Here I am spending the whole time telling you to read labels. There's no labels, Susan. Well, good point. In my fat counter guide, You turn to the page that says salmon, look up salmon, and do the same thing. Number of fat grams times 9 equals X. X divided by the total calories will show you that not all fish is low fat. So look at this. You can run the gamut from light tuna at 3% fat all the way to orange roughy at 50% fat. Look at what they do in the middle of the night to the meat department. The cupboard is bare. But I can still tell you about meat, can't I? You know that lean red meat is higher in fat, and we're all trying to cut back on it. Not all cuts of meat are created equal. So talk to your butcher, use the fat counter guide, and see what you think. If you're gonna have chicken, remember, get the skin off. It makes all the difference in the world. Don't assume all fish are created equal, because you just saw it with salmon, they're not. It's your decision whether or not you want to eat the meat and how much of it you want to eat. It's saturated fat, it's an animal product, and it is high in fat. It's very hard to eat a small enough serving to not have a high amount of fat. But if you do want to eat meat, you got to think about the difference. For example, you can have ground hamburger meat at 50% fat, sausage 78%, bacon 77%. Look at the percentages and see the difference. White chicken without the skin, 15% fat. White turkey, again without the skin, 13% fat. And ground round, 20%. Ah, the vegetable and fruit aisle. You know it's high in fiber, you know it's low in calories, you know that when you're on a diet, you have the carrot and the celery sticks. Not anymore. I don't have enough room in my cart for the vegetables or the fruit. Yes, it is a good food, eat it, do what you want with it, but look what we got here. High volume, low fat food. Get whatever veggies you want, but right now we don't have time to get them. Oh, don't miss that aisle though, over there, the potato aisle. You know I'm real big on potatoes. You know what I hope this has meant to you? I hope that what's happened tonight is that you're more comfortable shopping. I hope that you're not as concerned or confused or worried about picking right or wrong. I hope that you see now that it's about high fat versus low fat, that you gotta eat food to survive, and that you should eat high volume, low fat food and enjoy. It's time to check out. I may have checked out a long time ago, but right now I'm checking out of this grocery store. Checking out without the checkout people? It's my chance of a lifetime. I've wanted to do this for so long. Watch this. Hi, may I help you? Your friendly server. How do they work these things? Dee-dee. Hello? Oh, it's a, well, maybe I shouldn't mess. I may break it. All right, it's time to bag, pay. Oh, I gotta pay. I'll leave them a check right here where they'll see it. Love, Susan. Oh, there. Well, I bet you've never been shopping that late at night. I like it. I think late night shopping is kind of fun. Remember those things that you thought you couldn't live without? Starting with oil, there's a good one. You know all oil is 100% fat? Well, let's restock with a thought, vegetable broth. Let me find my vegetable broth. This vegetable broth that I'm holding in my hand is 0 grams of fat. You can use it to marinate. You can use it as a great soup base. You can use it to saute in. Have you ever thought of sauteing in vegetable broth? Well, it's easy. Besides vegetable broth, you can saute in wine or water. Butter, something we all think we can't live without. Well, since butter is 99% fat, the butter that we did the fat formula on was 99% fat. What did I buy? Jams, jellies, fruit spread, applesauce. Do the fat formula on these and you'll really see an enormous difference. Jam is 0% fat, jelly is 0% fat, and applesauce is 0% fat. As we were defatting the fridge, I tossed the eggs. Well, then I went out and bought another dozen. You know why? Because eggs with the yolk are 63% fat. Here's a simple solution to decreasing the fat. Eliminate the yolk. The egg white, there is no fat. See how making these simple changes makes such a big difference? What I took out of the freezer, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. The stuff that I took out was 56% fat. Frozen dessert right here, tastes fabulous. It's 1% fat. The creamer, I'll show you this. Now remember, you guys have got to use the fat formula on every brand because every brand is different. Dr. Art Ulene, you know, that fabulous doctor from the home show, he showed me the difference between this creamer and a lot of other creamers. I had to share it with you. Well, this says no cholesterol, doesn't it? It also says no dairy, so you think it's really good for you. What they forgot to tell you is that this creamer is 67% fat. Well, I think Dr. Art will agree with me. You use the fat formula and you find out the truth for yourself. Instead of creamer, you can use non-fat or skim milk. Making these simple changes does two things. It allows you to eat what you like and decrease the fat in your life. Well, we've brought all this food. Now let's use it. Through the magic of television, instant food prepared. Bingo! Here's the food. I'll show you the difference that the substitutions can make. Breakfast, a healthy breakfast of granola, you think? A little bit of milk and just a couple of donuts. 42% fat. Let me show you a low-fat breakfast. Egg white omelet stuffed with vegetables. Now this looks good. 4 pieces of whole wheat toast and a whole fruit plate, 7% fat. See the difference? Lunch. Here's your high-fat lunch. What harm could a bologna sandwich do? Well, this bologna sandwich and just a few chips, 66% fat. Sliced turkey, low-fat chips and fruit, 13%. Dinner, here it is. Chicken with skin, potatoes with all the stuffing, 71% fat. You can have your chicken just without the skin and grilled, then the potatoes still stuffed, but stuffed with broccoli and sauteed vegetables and chives and tomatoes and low-fat food, 13% fat. Well, we've defatted, we've restocked, and we've shopped. Bedtime! Can you guys believe this? Look at all this stuff. This is about the only time of the day that I get to sit down and spend some time on some letters. Let's get right to the questions so I can help you get the answers, okay? Kansas City wants to know, can I really eat this much food? I know this is a new concept, but do you know what determines your daily caloric intake? One thing that really determines it is your activity level. If you're lying by the lake all day doing nothing but having somebody feed you grapes, then you have to eat less, obviously, than if you're going, you got the carpool and the job and the husbands and the kids. How much you move, how much you do, how much you require from your body is what determines how much you take in. So yes, you do need to eat this much, but you need to understand it's eating, breathing, and moving that are equally important. All right, Chicago, how many times a day should I eat? What about snacks? Well, this answers part of the first question. Start with what's sane. How about 3 meals a day? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Don't ever skip a meal again because you know the first symptom of deprivation is binging, shoving food in your mouth. That's not psychological. That's a physiological response to starvation. So don't go for a long period of time requiring your body to move without fuel. Tell you what, start with breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you want some snacks, eat some snacks. You know when you're hungry. Eat high-volume, low-fat food. Remember, it's the fat that's making you fat. All right, Baltimore. What about sugar? Can I eat it? Well, yes, you can eat it, but you can't live on it. I'll tell you the thing about sugar. Sugar is highly caloric, meaning for a very small amount, you get a lot of calories, and sugar is very dense. So yes, you can have sugar once in a while if you want to have a low-fat cake or a low-fat yogurt with a lot of sugar in it, but you can't live on it. And that's the problem. We take in way too much sugar. Americans take in pounds and pounds and pounds a year of sugar. You can have it, but you can't live on it. What about my children? Their daily fat intake, is it the same as mine? After the age of 2, our children's daily fat intake is the same as ours. Children don't need more fat than 30% of their daily intake. That's the American Medical Association's definition of healthy daily fat intake. Our babies are getting fat. Our children are fat and unfit. So yes, let's feed the children high volume, low fat eating. They'll love the taste of it. Don't worry about it. I've been dieting for so long that eating scares me. I understand how eating can scare anybody because it used to scare me. One of the biggest challenges I have is teaching people that eating is normal, eating is sane, and eating is something that your body requires as fuel in order to keep going. Here's something I did. In the beginning, when I first changed my body, I started eating small meals 5 or 6 times a day because to sit down and eat an enormous meal did frighten me. So try smaller portions, but don't compromise, guys. Eat smaller meals 5 or 6 times a day until your body gets used to being fed. There are 2 things that can hurt a metabolic rate: dieting and no exercise. I'll tell you 2 things that can help heal a metabolism, can increase a metabolic rate: eating and exercise. And that's exactly what eating, breathing, and moving is about. What all of this really boils down to is all of us learning to understand the concept of eating, how to increase the quantity of our food, how to increase the quality of our food, and how to decrease the one thing that we all have too much of: fat. Changing the way you look and feel is about eating, it's about breathing, and it's about moving. When you learn to do those 3 things, you're going to wake up every morning with a foundation of wellness that will change your life. Thank you all so much for writing to me. Good night.
Detective Collins. I'll be right there.
What's the situation? Trace on the place came back. Cyrus Maroney. The rich guy? Yeah.
Is it safe?
Yeah, no gas leak detected.
Yeah, it's him, all right. Let's bag this for evidence. Also, we need to get a blood sample. I need to know if he was drinking.
What do you think happened?
Well, those are sleeping pills. It's a pretty full bottle, so I don't think it was a suicide. It could have just been an accident. Why wasn't he wearing his seatbelt? He could have survived this. People need to wear their seatbelts.
Evening, officer.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir, but you have to wait for us to clear the scene.
Is there another way back into town?
Yeah, but the detour takes you back 20 minutes. We have a lane clear up in 10.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me, officer. I'm a reporter and I was wondering if there was any information that you can share with me about what happened here.
Which paper are you with?
Whichever one that pays. I'm a freelancer.
I don't have any information. They usually do this kind of thing down at the station.
Okay, thanks anyway. Excuse me, officer, one more question. Who's that?
Lead Detective Collins.
May I have a word with him?
I'm afraid not. Why don't you wait in your car?
Miss Maroney! Miss Maroney, a question, please.
Miss Maroney.
Miss Maroney!
Was it an accident?
What happened in there? Miss Maroney. Did they rule it an accident? Miss Maroney, just one comment. One comment, please. Was your husband's death an accident? Miss Maroney. Miss Maroney. Maroney, the truth is out there. People want to know the truth. Miss Maroney! Maroney! Wait! Commissioner, a question, please.
A moment, please, Commissioner.
Please, sir.
I will issue a statement. We have concluded the investigation and autopsy of Cyrus Maroney. We need to put to rest the ridiculous conjectures around the Maroney death. It was discovered that Mr. Maroney had consumed a small amount of alcohol prior to the crash, but contrary to rumors that have been circulating, there's been nothing to indicate foul play. It is concluded that this was an accident. The cause of death was brain trauma. Our sincere condolences go out to all of those affected by Mr. Maroney's passing. Yes?
Commissioner, what's going to happen to Ortis?
We do not have that information. Final question.
Commissioner, was Cyrus Maroney known to be taking medication at the time of his crash?
Detective Collins concluded that he was taking medication, but nothing serious. That's it. No more questions.
Commissioner, one more question, please. One more question, please, sir.
Detective Collins. This is Mrs. Maroney.
Mrs. Maroney, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you for coming, Detective Collins. Sean, would you please bring us some drinks?
Of course. I have to be honest with you. Not everything we said at the press conference was the entire truth. While outwardly it looks like a simple accident, we have reason to believe that your husband committed suicide.
What? Why would you think that?
We mentioned that he had alcohol in his system. What we didn't say is he'd also been taking sleeping pills. The autopsy revealed he was dead just before the impact.
That's impossible. Cyrus wasn't taking any sleeping medication.
Detective? Thank you. Anything else?
No, that's okay.
Are you sure you don't want to be alone for this?
It's all right, Detective. He's like a brother to me.
Okay. The accident happened at around 11:30 last night out on the old country road going down into the valley.
Yes. That's where he would drive on the weekends. It was the only time he got to go out and think.
And you're positive that he wasn't taking any sleeping medication? We've spoken to his doctor. He was on a couple other prescriptions.
Not sleeping medication. He always slept very well.
And you didn't have sleeping pills around the house?
No, not that I can recall. I just can't see him doing such a thing. He seems so happy. There must be something more. Please, Detective, isn't there anything else you can do?
We'll do everything we can, Mrs. Maroney. And it is possible that there is something else going on here. We see this situation all the time. So sorry.
Thank you.
That's all I have for you right now. I'll be on my way.
We'll walk you out.
Ben speaking. Hey, thanks for getting back to me on this. I know it's a little bit troublesome for you. Okay. Yeah, I'll be there soon. Thanks.
Artie's been expecting you. Right this way. Shoes. Audrey, this is Vince the reporter.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Maroney. Again, my sincere condolences for your loss.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink?
A coffee would be nice.
All right. Sean, would you bring some coffee?
Yes, anything for you?
Bring 2 cups. I'll have some coffee as well.
Of course.
So, I've been thinking since our conversation on the phone. Why now? You could have written about this story at any time.
With his passing, everyone's gonna be after the story of Cyrus Maroney. But I got approached by Entrepreneur Monthly to write a feature article on his behalf. I just want to include a piece of his personal life in the article so everyone can see the man behind the corporation in every aspect of life.
I see. So far, all they want is the story of his death. I'm sick of it.
Do you mind if I record this conversation for my reference?
Will anyone else hear it?
No, just me. But I might quote you though, if that's alright.
Of course.
So, can you start off by telling me how you guys met?
Yes. Well, it goes back many years. I had just graduated at the time, and his company was already quite large. Ortis had acquired several smaller companies, and they were reaching for dominance in the IT market. I had applied to work at a smaller office. Cyrus was always very involved with his company. He insisted on meeting every new hire in person, no matter how busy he was. I remember I was very nervous when he came in. He said it was a normal response to when people first meet him. We chatted for a while, and then before he left, he looked back and he said, "I'll be back," with a big smile on his face.
Coffee? Would be anything else?
No, thank you, not at this time.
All right. How do you take your coffee?
2 sugars, please.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So he had an eye on you right from the start. What would you say his work ethic was like as you got to know him?
Well, we didn't see much of each other during the week because he worked such long hours. I'd say 16 to 18 a day. He was always going to different departments and having meetings with clients and going over reports. However, if he didn't have to travel, he kept his weekends free for us.
So he kept his personal life separate from his work life.
Yes, until we got married. And then we moved here and he created the office so he could spend more time at home. Shortly after that is when he decided he'd take drives on the weekends to relax himself. Why did you stop?
I'm sorry, Miss Maroney. I know this is not really easy for you to talk about, least of all with a journalist. But I just can't help my curiosity. I like to play detective sometime and something just doesn't add up.
What do you mean?
I was watching the press release and just before coming here, I visited the scene of the accident. If it truly was an accident. It seems like he just drove straight into the wall. There were no skid marks. There were no signs to show him avoiding hitting the wall. The Doesn't that seem a bit strange for you?
What are you getting at?
I just don't think the police are giving us all the information. I think there's more to the story.
So do I. Detective Collins said that they suspect suicide. I'm sorry, I just cannot see my husband wanting to take his own life.
But why would the police hide something like that? Did Detective Collins ever give you any other information that wasn't in the press release?
How do I know you're not going to publish these details?
Miss Maroney, you have my word. This is strictly confidential. I'm not interested in putting the details of his death in this article.
All the same, I'm not comfortable talking about this anymore.
Fair enough. I'm sorry I brought it up. May I use your bathroom?
Of course. Down the hall to the right, second door on the left.
What are you doing in here?
Jesus. You scared the shit out of me. I got a little lost and I saw the door open, so I thought I'd come check out some of the pictures.
Well, I'll take it back to Miss Maroney.
Detective Collins, do you have a minute?
I'm in a hurry, kid.
Weren't you the detective on the scene of the Maroney accident? I'm writing a report on Cyrus Maroney and I just had a few questions.
I can't comment on that case.
But doesn't the accident seem a bit strange? There were no skid marks?
Still can't comment on that case.
But detective, if it was an accident, wouldn't there be some signs to show that he was trying to avoid hitting the wall? Hey! What's this?
My number's on the back.
Hi, it's Detective Sam Collins. I need access to the Wachowski files. Thanks, I'll be right over. It's Vince, right?
Detective Collins.
You gave me that photo yesterday at the police station.
Wasn't sure you were gonna follow up.
Now I am. We need to go for a ride.
Yeah, sure.
So where'd you get this photo?
You know, I like to play detective sometime, and I'm always reading the paper and searching the web for some news. A man like Cyrus Maroney, he's everywhere.
Do you know where this photo was taken?
At a charity banquet 6 months ago, hosted by Maroney.
So you know who this is with him, right? So here's the million-dollar question. Why'd you give it to me?
I had a friend. I'm not a big city boy. When I came here, I wanted to start building my career, so I met someone who helped me out big time. Before long, he started coming to me with some troubling stories about a crime syndicate he was involved with. He wanted out. He wanted to get clean. I tried to dig up some info, but I couldn't find any proof. Didn't matter much anyway.
Why is that?
A few weeks later, he ended up dead. I didn't hear from him for a while, so I thought he had left town. Papers said it was an accident.
A lot of accidents happen around these guys.
I suppose you could call it unfinished business. Where I come from, there's only some petty theft, small crime. I suppose I owe it to him, you know, after all he did for me.
Where are you from?
A small city down in Iowa, mostly farms out there. It's one of those places where everybody kind of knows each other. Nothing much happening out there.
Careful you don't bite off more than you can chew here, kid.
But that's why I think you're the man for this, detective. You also have unfinished business. If I could be of any help, just let me know. You have my number.
I'll keep that in mind. If you come across anything else interesting, let me know.
Miss Maroney, what a surprise.
Vince, I wasn't expecting to bump into you here.
Yeah, me neither. It's funny, actually. I was just with Detective Collins earlier, and we were having a little bit of a chat.
Oh, that's quite a coincidence.
Yeah, we were discussing the case a bit. If you have some time, I can fill you in.
Okay. But let's go somewhere a little more quiet. Please, get in the car. What's that?
This is part of my research. I tend to spend a lot of time in the library researching for my articles.
Oh, so you like to be thorough.
Yes. Even as a child, when I got obsessed with something, I would consume everything I could about that subject. I guess I became a journalist because I like digging into the facts, researching, getting to the dirt that lies underneath the surface, you know?
So, what did you want to tell me?
It's about Cyrus's death. Some information has come to light suggesting that he may have been involved in some illegal activity. There may be more to his death than we initially thought, just as you suspected.
In what way?
Can't say for sure until I connect more dots, but you should be careful. If you feel like you're being followed or in danger, call the police.
Thanks for your concern. Does Detective Collins know all about this?
Yeah, he knows.
And is there any new developments?
No, nothing concrete yet. But I was wondering where you're from. That's not a local accent.
No, I'm from a small town outside Seattle.
Really? Me too. Well, the small town part, that is. I'm from Idaho. If you don't mind my asking, what brought you to the city?
Well, my father had a job, and then the company was sold, and he lost his job. But by that time, I already had my career, and I was madly in love. How about yourself?
I wanted to come to a place with lots of action, lots of stories and truths to uncover. But one day, I hope to open up a dive shop.
A dive shop? That's original.
Yeah, the ocean fascinates me. The life underneath the surface is just incredible.
I can't believe he really did it.
He ran stark naked during the graduation ceremony right across the stage. For the life of me, I still can't remember why he did it.
Audrey?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize how late it was. I've got to get going.
It was nice talking to you.
It was really nice talking to you, too. Bye.
Shit. I'm sorry I'm late. I got caught up in something.
Shouldn't keep a girl waiting, especially when she's doing you a favor. This is for you.
Thanks. I owe you one. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. By the way, you look really beautiful tonight.
You messaged me. What have you got?
I was doing some digging on the companies owned by Maroney and Armstrong. At first, it didn't make sense. One's in logistics and information systems, and the other is a major importer.
Yeah, I get that, but I've never really seen a connection there.
Yeah, until I dug a bit deeper and found a subsidiary company under Ortiz.
How did you find that?
I was going through some local newspapers and came across an interesting article. Didn't seem much until I saw Cyrus Maroney in the photo. The name of the company is Transatlantic, which made me think this might be the connection that we were looking for.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
So I went to check it out last night to see what I can find.
Are you stupid? Why didn't you call me?
Yeah, I know. But I honestly didn't think there was much to worry about since it was supposed to be a legit business. So anyways, after checking out the dockyard, I came across the office of Transatlantic, overhearing some people talking about something going on tonight. Didn't get much more though.
We raided a warehouse owned by Transatlantic. What if Maroney was using that as a front to move shipments for Armstrong, making sure all those shipments got through? Which raises two questions. One, was their relationship more than just business? And if it was, is that ultimately what got Maroney killed?
What if they were doing dirty business? Maroney wanted out, and Armstrong didn't like it and couldn't convince him to stay in the game. So she took him out of the picture.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go back to that warehouse tonight. See what I can find.
All right.
Where's your boss?
So, are we going to do this here?
My guy's gotta pat you down first. Go ahead, boys. She's good, Frankie. All right, gentlemen, follow me.
Hey, Chief, what's up?
Have a seat. I saw that you dug up the old case again. What's going on, Sam? I don't know who was in charge here before me, but you gotta let it go.
Yeah, but I have new information. We may finally be able to close that case.
Okay, so what do you got for me?
It starts with Maroney's death. Something is not right. He was not on any kind of sleep medication. I've confirmed this with his wife. Something doesn't add up there.
That's it, Sam? I need a little more than that.
Acting on a tip last night, I was down at the docks at the transatlantic warehouse where we came up empty 10 years ago. There was activity there. Some of the same guys who we thought were part of the syndicate back then. I saw them there last night. Also, I've seen a photograph of Maroney and Armstrong together. I believe that they were in some kind of business shipping deal. I think they were trying to import drugs into the country. It may be what got Maroney killed. I'm running the plates from last night. We may finally have a connection here.
This all seems pretty thin, Sam. You see this file right here? I don't want to add to it, so stay out of trouble.
Thanks, Chief.
Hey!
Who were those guys?
I have no idea, but thanks. That's two I owe you.
I can't have you showing up dead.
I have no intention of doing that. I aim to keep my promise, you know? Anyway, how'd you know I'd be there?
Luck, I guess. I was coming to say hi and saw those guys chasing you. Vince, what's going on?
I was following a lead and must have poked my head in the wrong door.
You know, for such a smart guy, you'd be pretty stupid sometimes.
You know, whatever gets the job done. So, you hungry?
What are you having to drink?
I'll have an espresso.
Two espressos, please. So what's the news?
Well, it's not good.
I didn't ask for good news, I asked for the news. Out with it.
The kid got away from the two guys we had on him. A girl with black hair driving
You're sure it was her?
Pretty sure.
Keep a close eye on her.
We broke into his apartment and found all kinds of evidence against you and Mom.
You can't trust anyone. I'll give him another day to deliver and then he's finished. Give her some more time. And then bring her to me.
Yes, boss.
Shit.
it's Vince. My apartment got broken into. No, you were the first one I called. Can you come by? Thanks. See you soon.
Wow. Someone did a number on this place.
Yeah. Don't really know what they were after. Nothing seems to be missing.
Any idea who would do something like this?
Maybe somebody was following me earlier. Because there was 2 guys waiting outside my building this morning. Maybe it was the guys at the docks.
Did you see their faces? Could you ID them?
No. The moment they yelled out to me, I ran.
You know, I saw Armstrong earlier today. She was meeting with one of her top lieutenants.
What were they talking about?
I only got bits and pieces of the conversation, but they're talking about a kid. Based on this, thinking the kid was you.
Me? What the hell do they want with me?
Well, they saw you down at the docks. Better question, though, would be, how did they find you? The other thing they were talking about, it was kind of hard to get. They were talking about a woman, I think her name was Kelly.
Fuck. She's probably in danger.
Who is Kelly?
I gotta go.
Who is Kelly to you?
Look, I'll tell you, but we gotta go get her now.
Wait a second. If she's in trouble, if she's been taken, that's what they want you to do. You're playing their game. You're not safe. Let's get you out of here. We'll contact her on the way. Come on in.
Nice place you got.
Thanks. Make yourself at home.
You know the reporter I told you about?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who helped me out? It wasn't a guy. It was Kelly.
So you lied to me?
I didn't know if you were gonna help if you knew the truth. Me and her, we go way back. She came into the city to make it big. And then I got some weird messages from her and I got worried, so I came into the city to find her, and when I did, She was in way too deep. I tried to help her get out, but I can only do so much as a journalist, you know? I saw you at the scene, the Maroney accident, and hoped that you could help.
So now you're saying you used me? You know I'm a cop, right?
Look, I was desperate. I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry I didn't clear this up right away. I knew Armstrong and Maroney were connected. And you're a smart guy. I know you would see it past that accident.
So she's your source of your information?
Yeah. We've been trying to gather enough evidence to bring them down. When Kelly first came into the city, it wasn't as easy as she dreamed. And the job wasn't going so well, so to keep busy, she volunteered at the Good Night shelter across town.
Yeah, I heard of them.
Turns out the shelter was just a front for pushing drugs. That's how Kelly got involved with Armstrong. They came to her with the job and she was desperate.
You're saying that Armstrong is involved with the Goodnight shelters?
Yeah. Armstrong is a big supporter of the shelters. Donates to them every year. These shelters are putting drugs in the streets.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. There's no government money there. It's all private. Weren't those originally founded by Maroney's foundation?
You're a sharp guy. These guys are somehow deeply connected.
Is that her?
No, but I should message her again to see if she's alright.
When you do, give her my number. Tell her I'd like to set up a meet. Also, she is 100% being watched. Stay away from her.
Okay.
I'm gonna head to bed. Feel free to crash here tonight.
How are you holding up?
I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you doing?
I've seen better days, but I'm okay.
I've been thinking a lot about reading my diaries and Cyrus. It's occurred to me that he was acting rather unusual. I just didn't think anything of it at the time.
When did you first notice he was acting differently?
A couple weeks before the accident or so.
Did he mention anything that led you to believe that something was up?
He did mention a dream of his, an awful lot actually. It's something that he talked about before our marriage, and he just hadn't brought it up in a really long time.
Maybe he knew something was up. So what was his dream about?
It's not so different from yours, really. He wanted to buy some land on a small island in the South Pacific. A place where we could just go and get away from everything. I hadn't heard of it before. Rarotonga?
Interesting. That's a pretty isolated island. I wonder why there.
Well, he was really fascinated with the whole archipelago. It was rumored that that island was a safe haven for pirates for many years. And he loved pirate lore. Buried treasure, the swashbuckling, all that stuff.
How much did you know about his business?
Not that much, really. I left the company shortly before we were married, and he didn't talk about it, and I didn't ask.
Do you know about the Good Night's homeless shelters around the city?
Of course, yes, it's set up by the Ortis Foundation. Cyrus was very involved in the community.
Well, I found some evidence that suggests they were a front for distributing drugs throughout the city.
What are you saying? That Cyrus was a drug dealer?
Not personally, but He may have been helping out a friend to put the drugs in the city, offering the homeless shelters as a distribution point.
That just does not sound like him at all. Cyrus was involved in the community to do good.
Sometimes people are not what they seem. But he may have also been persuaded. I'll try to find some more information.
Thank you.
So how are things here?
Sean has been acting rather strange these days.
How so?
He's just been spending a lot of time in Cyrus's office.
Any reason, you figure?
He says that it's because he wants to make sure his things are in order.
Well, the estate is yours now. Maybe you should go through his belongings. It might give us a clue as to what's going on.
Would you help me?
I'm sorry?
Well, I'm sure you'd recognize something of importance before I could, and to be honest, I don't even know where to begin.
Of course. I'd be happy to help.
Thank you.
Vince has told me a lot about you.
Should I be flattered?
He obviously cares for you a lot. To go to all this trouble for you.
Yeah, he's pretty amazing.
So we don't have a lot of time. Tell me what you know about the shelters.
I mean, I can't say much more than I'm sure Vince has already told you.
Do you have any hard evidence?
Well, you can check them out for yourself. Basically, they have a daily menu. Simple soups, rolls, you know. It's not gourmet. You go up to the front counter and get a ticket. And then you ask for the gazpacho soup from yesterday. They never serve gazpacho. You hand them the ticket and the $20, and they put something extra on your plate.
Okay, so they're acting as a point of sale system.
Exactly. Mostly for the users. They have something different for the dealers.
Okay. I saw you down at the warehouse a couple of nights ago. You were carrying a briefcase. Tell me about that.
That was a new customer. Kind of a show of faith. Basically, the distributors, they pay up front. And then the supply location, that's sent later.
And how do they get the product in?
It's shipped. How it gets to the docks, I have no idea.
How did you get involved in this?
The big guy. Did you see him?
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, he's pretty much in charge of the whole thing. I mean, Armstrong still pulls the strings and makes all the big decisions, but everything goes through him.
So he's Armstrong's right hand.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, he volunteers down at the shelter sometimes. That's where he met me. He must have taken a liking or something, because he offered to get me off the streets. So I said yes. And once I was in, I just couldn't get out.
How come you've never come forward with this information before?
And expose the shelters? It wouldn't do much. Anyway, all you need to remember is the gazpacho soup. You'll get what you need.
I'll see what I can do. I'm gonna drop you off just up ahead. Can you walk back to the car from here?
Yeah, that's fine.
What's up, Vince?
They must have taken her. But why now? Did they see you? Or were you followed?
Not likely. I was checking for a tail the whole time. Have you checked the car out?
Yeah, I have.
Vince, I need you to do something for me. I need you to lay low for a few hours. Let me take care of this. I'll be in touch tomorrow.
Hey, Chief. We got a situation. My informant's being compromised. I need a unit. I need an undercover officer. The Goodnight shelters, they're being used as a front to distribute drugs. I know how to prove it. Yeah, I know. But this is our chance. We've got to get narcotics involved. We can really put a dent in these guys' operations. I'm coming in. I got to file a missing persons report. I'm about half an hour away from the station. I'll rendezvous with the team there.
Okay. When you get into the shelter, they're going to hand you a ticket. Take the ticket up to the counter, hand it over with a 20. Ask them if they have any gazpacho soup. They won't have it. But when they bring you your meal, it should come with the drugs.
Copy that.
What the hell's taking him so long?
He's right. It's taken way too long.
Don't worry, guys. It'll be okay. He's a professional. These things take time. How'd it go?
Just as you said. Hey, soup was not bad either.
Let's get that back to the lab, get it analyzed.
Hi, Kelly. Good to see you. I trust everything is going according to the plan.
It's under control. By now, they probably think that I'm kidnapped. And they're in a panic.
Excellent.
It's your turn.
Hello, Kelly. Where are you?
Vince, so good to talk to you. We have Kelly. If you want to see her again, you'll need to locate the evidence that connects us with Maroney. And fast. You have until tomorrow evening. We know you can. Call us on this phone by tomorrow evening, or you can say goodbye to Kelly. That's all, Vince. Good day.
Did he say anything?
He doesn't have to. I could hear in his breathing. He should have all the motivation he needs.
Let's hope so.
Hey, it's Vince.
Do you have it?
I don't have it on me, but I know where it is. It's at the Maroney's.
Where?
Look, here's how it's gonna go down. Once you get me Kelly, I'll give you your evidence. Audrey's out all evening. You meet me at the Maroney's at 9 o'clock tonight. Don't forget to bring Kelly.
Who made you the boss? Remember, we have your girl?
And I have your evidence.
It looks like we are going to Maroney's mansion tonight. Where's Kelly?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since this morning.
Since this morning. Does anybody know what the fuck is going on here tonight?
Are you sure you weren't followed?
Yes, I am.
Good. We're too close now. The last thing we need is heat. So, did you get it?
Vince said he can get everything for us tonight at 9 at Ronnie's place. We should meet there. Kelly's gone.
Sean? Sean, are you okay? Vince! Oh my God! Sean! What are you doing?
Why don't we go sit down and have a chat? It all started a few weeks ago, before your husband died. We were meeting at our usual spot on a Saturday afternoon. I was giving Cyrus the manifest and the cash for the European shipment of the drugs to clear the dogs. That's when he asked me to send Armstrong a message that he wanted out. He wanted nothing more to do with the dirty business. You see, Armstrong knew that Cyrus had evidence that directly linked her to the drug circulation in the city. And that was my job, to find that evidence. So I followed Cyrus to the estate and waited. Finally, Sean came out to leave for the night. I followed him to a bar downtown. I waited until he had a few drinks before I joined him at the bar. Then I went up to him and sparked a conversation and bought a few more rounds. That's when he started giving me information, talking nonsense about you and Cyrus. At that moment, I figured out that he had a thing for you, and that's when my work started. Surprisingly, he was willing to help me to take Cyrus out of the picture. So I told him how and when to do it to make it look like an accident. It's a funny thing, you know, mixing alcohol with a certain type of sleeping pills. It makes people pass out. All you have to do is stash the pills and make it look believable. After that, I made my move to get to know you, while Sean was looking for the evidence and looking to see where the money was at. It was when you told me about Cyrus's dream about the Cook Islands and seeing the globe in the library that sparked my curiosity. That gave me every information that I needed. And the rest was putting all the pieces together for this night.
So what about me?
Look, that money is dirty money. You were never supposed to know about it. You have your inheritance in the estate. If I were you, I'd get out of here. Go on a long trip. It's time for me to go. Armstrong's men and the cops are going to show up any minute. I'm sorry, Audrey.
A week has passed since the events that took place at the Maroney estate. Vince Madani, the mastermind who was responsible for bringing down the crime syndicate connected to the Goodnight Shelter and the murder of Orta's CEO, Cyrus Maroney, still remains at large. Many questions still remain unclear, but a source close to the investigation revealed the motive for the crimes to be a heist worth $4.2 million.
Why?
Welcome to the Jim Baker Show, coming to you from the village of Morningside, snuggled in the beautiful Ozark Mountains. Today, Jim's special guest, Frank Davis. I'm Zach Drew, along with the Morningside Band. And now, direct from Gray Street at Morningside, here are your hosts, Jim and Lori Baker.
Welcome to Gray Street, Dr. Frank Davis, back with us today. Don't miss today. We're going to be cooking some of the brand new food from Food for Health, and we're going to have a lot of fun, so stay tuned. Remember yesterday's broadcast, we introduced your whole new line of freeze-dried products, and people have just been overwhelmed by it.
To me, this is the best thing we've ever offered, ever. In the 9 years of broadcasting with you, with the new Jim Baker Show, in my personal opinion, I am so in love with this.
Well, we're just about out of time for this broadcast. Tomorrow we'll share it more totally. But the vegetables, the freeze-dried vegetables, are so amazing. And we served them to people, didn't we? Grandma, you tried some yesterday.
So
and
good.
We have the corn.
Oh.
And how can this corn taste like corn on the cob?
It's better.
How can it taste
better.
fresh? Yeah, it's believe me, it's not like canned corn.
No.
It's like fresh corn. It's like frozen corn or fresh.
It's sweet.
The fact is, it is picked at prime, and it is immediately flash frozen.
Mm-hmm.
So you lock in all the nutrients, you lock in all the flavor, and obviously we pick a variety of corn that is ultra sweet, and it retains all of that. The only thing that you're losing out of this is the moisture. And it is, there's no chemicals in the processing, there's no additives, no preservatives. It is pure, unadulterated corn.
It's so good.
And the thing is, when things are picked, then they have to be shipped to us, and that takes however long. You have all that in your head, right, Frank? Tell us real quick about that.
Well, the interesting statistic, but it's taking everything in consideration. It said the average distance a fruit and vegetable travels to a store in the United States is 1,600 miles. So you factor that wherever it comes from and however it goes in this loop of distribution chain, it's in that process for weeks before you're consuming it. Once you pick a fruit or vegetable, within 6 hours, the oxidation process begins. So you are starting to lose some of the nutrient value, some of the flavor, etc. Most of the stuff, especially in fruits and some vegetables, they are picked well before maturity.
Right.
They're artificially ripened. Because, you pick a banana, how long, once you get it and you put it on your counter,
Yes, I know.
It goes brown pretty quickly.
Pretty quick.
But so it's in that process for a long
The
time.
saddest thing, because the bakers are known for eating tomatoes. If you don't like tomatoes, then you are definitely not a baker. And I love tomatoes. All summer long. Tomatoes haven't been good this year in a lot of areas. But you go to your grocery stores, there is very seldom good tomatoes. Is that not right? Because what's happening, they're picking them way green and ripening them. Sometimes they even put chemicals to ripen fruit up.
Absolutely.
And so this is all picked at its prime and flash frozen. And you can eat this corn
so good
as a snack.
Yes.
It is.
I've been doing it right now. You can hear me munching.
You would not believe this. You would not believe.
Okay, I talked to a gal yesterday who said she doesn't like corn, and she tasted this yesterday and said she absolutely loves it. That's how good it is.
Here's what we did last night. We did not have a vegetable sampler.
Correct.
So we put together a 1-bucket sampler, so if you just want to try and see, and then you can get a bucket of corn for a $100 gift. You can get a bucket of the
potato
stream beans. You can get a potato. We did hash browns yesterday.
We did.
Did they taste like?
Oh, I would like a whole
normal?
bowl full again right now.
Yeah, that's one of her weaknesses. But if you give a gift of $100 and ask for the vegetable sampler, you will get
6 pouches of the freeze-dried corn.
Of the corn.
6 pouches of the dehydrated potato slices.
That's right.
6 pouches of the free-dried green beans, and 2 pouches of the tomato flakes.
It was just going to be the dried corn, 6 dried corn pouches, and 6 potato slices, and 6 of the green beans. Those green beans
Which
are
are
as fresh
fabulous.
tasting as they pick. If you pick them
Yes.
and eat them now from your garden, Grandma don't lie. And she's almost 90, and she's not gonna start lying now. But wasn't the green beans amazing? Sweet. I mean, amazing. To think, but they last 20 years like that. In 20 years, or any time there's a crisis, you're going to have fresh beans that you couldn't get in the middle of winter, even, or whenever you want to eat them.
Right.
And we wanted to put in a little extra, so we threw in 2 pouches of tomato, the tomato flakes, so they can, you can fix tomatoes with it. So you get 6 corn, 6 potatoes, 6 green beans, and 2 of the tomatoes.
Correct.
Yes.
So you get to try all of those.
I love that idea of having that
That's an
sampler.
introductory, and if you want a bucket of any one of them, it's a $100 gift just for one.
Yes.
And so that's a really fun thing. And try it. You will like it. Believe me, you will like it. Now, we started with the fruits. And what did we have? What did we call that?
Freeze-dried mixed berry and fruit bucket.
Yeah, and there's berries. Berry and fruit, we call that. And so we do have a sampler of that.
Yes, we do.
And we had yesterday, and Lori and I snuck some home to our condo. We had
The raspberry.
cheesecake with these raspberries on it. Look at them. Brightest color you ever want to see.
And they are not colored with food coloring.
No, there's nothing in these. People say, what's in these? It doesn't say on the package.
Oh.
There's nothing but the natural fruit and vegetables. That's it. Nothing.
All the nutrients. Oh, these are so good. Do you know how expensive raspberries are? I know because I buy blueberries and raspberries.
Can you get a close
all
up
the time.
that berry in my hand? That little berry. It is amazing, amazing, amazing. But that hasn't been reconstituted yet. You put that in water, and you have berries, and you can eat them like that.
Yeah, you can make a little trail mix,
I love
and
them
you
like
can
this.
just, have it to snack
They're a little
on
tart.
all the time.
My sister Donna and I, we love these
Oh, now
little
look at
tartness.
this. Now here it is with the water in it, and
Now I want to tell you something. He made a vegan cheesecake for us
Oh my gosh.
yesterday with these raspberries
I
on
wish
top.
I had a whole nother one right now.
I thought we were at the
Cheesecake Factory.
the Taj Mahal. But there is the berries after they've been reconstituted for a long time, been sitting
It's
here.
delicious. It was
but there they are.
So good.
You could make yourself a raspberry shortcake or a
Yes.
raspberry tart or whatever. Because in this sampler, you get how many raspberries?
You get 6 packets of raspberries.
6.
Yes.
Okay, then you get strawberries.
And 6 packets of those as well.
And there you get, and here's the strawberry, and you can eat any of this just the way it is, right?
Absolutely.
Makes a great snack.
It does.
And it's so healthy for you. Because it has no preservatives in it. It doesn't have
look at
any
this.
junk in
and
it.
Here, and here's the strawberries, hydrated.
Yeah. Did anybody, when you were a kid, ever have a strawberry shortcake meal? In the summertime, my mother would make strawberry shortcake. She used that kind of biscuit mix, strawberry shortcake, Bisquick, I think. I don't know if she used that, but it was like that anyway, I know that. But she would make it on a big platter, this big.
So good.
And then she would cut those layers, and we'd put layers of cake, and then layers of strawberry, and layers of strawberries and cake, and strawberry. And then she'd put real whipped cream. Real
Okay, honey,
whipped
but
cream.
we don't
Mixed
do
up.
dairy and we don't do white.
I know, but I'm just.
The whiter the bread, the
No.
sooner you're dead.
But these strawberries just remind me of my mother's wonderful. When strawberry season was in, once a week we would have a strawberry dinner. The whole supper would be nothing but a big strawberry. And then she'd have a big bowl of berries off the side so you could add more if you wanted more berries on it.
How cute.
But I'm concerned
Okay,
because
now.
we try not to eat white sugar. And so Frank has come up with what he believes is the #1 substitute for sugar. Now, we use stevia. We use stevia all the time. We get them little packages and whatever. But you believe that this is even better for you and better than stevia. Why?
Well, it's not just me. There's an individual I call a health ranger, and he's promoted stevia for 7 years.
Yes.
I mean, it's a great product.
Yes.
It does have a little bit of an aftertaste.
It's a little bitter.
It does.
A little bitter. Whereas
it's better to be a little bitter than I mean, with this
Yeah.
bitter than to have sugar diabetes.
But I just recently saw an article by him, and he titled it, "Why Organic Palm Sugar is the Next Big Thing in Natural Sweeteners." And goes on to talk about, the reason, several. One, it's absolutely delicious. It has a kind of a caramel type of taste, butterscotch caramel type of a taste. It's 1-to-1 with sugar, and it has an incredible nutritional profile. It has vitamins, minerals, all the B complex in there.
Wow. So, like, if we wanted to use these strawberries over for a nice dessert, we could put the palm sugar, or what do you call it?
Yeah, it's palm sugar. It's a
palm flour
the
sugar.
nectar of the coconut palm flower.
Okay. Okay.
It comes in a resealable bag, and you put a teaspoon of that in there.
Ooh, it smells good too. I don't have.
It's absolutely delicious.
Okay, now let me show the people at home what it looks like.
And I think something else that's really important. It's very low glycemic. It has a glycemic index of
Very good.
35.
Can you see in the package there?
Now that's very important, Frank.
It sort of looks like brown sugar more than regular sugar.
I have to tell you, I love it.
So if I put some on these strawberries, is it going to be good? Can
It's
I do
gonna be
that
great.
much? That much?
Absolutely.
Is that too much? Is it
No.
real sweet or?
Well, it's a 1-to-1 ratio to sugar.
Okay. Now this product has just been basically put together in the last 48 hours. This is a brand new situation for Food for Health, and we had them overnight it to us, and I'm going to try this here.
We use and have been using it in our as a sweetener. Yeah.
Lori. Lori will eat after me.
Yeah.
Here, try.
Yeah.
You kids, get a spoon and try it.
You don't have to ask me twice.
What's that?
I said you don't have to ask me twice.
Kids,
Oh
you're going to
my.
love this.
Just use clean spoons. You don't fit your dirty spoon.
Get a clean spoon and just taste this by itself.
Oh.
Yeah. Would you like to try some of this sugar, anybody?
Guys.
Oh
Yeah,
my
everybody-
goodness,
Is
that
that-
tastes so good.
Is that
That's
good?
really
That
good.
is good.
Did I get enough sugar in it?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Is it? Because I could put it. I want. Mono, give me a microphone, will you? I want anybody willing to eat. Grandma. Oh, I always go to Grandma because I don't know if
Okay,
anybody's
but
going to
they're
reject
eating
me.
after us, Jim.
I fear.
Give
What?
them
Let me grab you a spoon, a
I
clean
fear
one.
reject. Oh, that's my spoon. Grandma don't care. She'd eat after me.
I sure would.
She's lived a long, good life. She don't care.
Take the spoon and just
There you go.
taste it. Oh, you've done it.
Do you like
had it.
strawberries, Grandma? This
That is delicious.
isn't that sweet? Did you get the sweet part? I don't know if I. Now, is this a clean one?
It's
Oh,
what we
I need. Oh, here she's got you. Her spoon.
one ready.
Here, you're going to try. Here, here's some. Can you believe those? Can you? Where's the mic? Can you believe that these are freeze-dried strawberries that you could eat 20 years from now?
That would make a delicious shortcake.
Yeah, let's do one, Grandma. Don't tell anybody. Can you make a shortcake out of?
Yes, you can use this. You can use this any way you use sugar.
You can bake with this?
You can bake with it.
All right. Here, Mondo, get some. You guys try some people and take a mic
You're
with
not
you.
gonna believe it.
And who else wants to try some of these strawberries? You ought
Everybody
to try them.
does.
Because they are amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Come on, guys. And I got a special gift for some of you to take home today from the show. I'm going to send home with everybody packets of food for you to try at your own home. Would you like that? So everybody in in the studio audience today, we're going to give a nice kit of food so you can go home and experiment with our food.
Oh.
Okay, now, so we've been talking about the berry and the fruit bucket. Now, they can get berries for a gift to the ministry of what?
Of $100.
Now, you know what I love about knowing that I have, especially during the winter months, knowing I have my blueberries, I have my strawberries, that we will always have them, honey, for your cereal. We're always, every single morning, we
The minute I tried those, I ordered 10 buckets of blueberries.
Wow. Amazing.
Didn't I?
You did.
I did. I said, I want them. I want them.
That's awesome.
I eat them because,
my goodness.
not that I love blueberries because I'm from Michigan. That's the blueberry state. And
my
we picked
goodness.
blueberries when I was a kid. But the antioxidants and all the good things are in blueberries.
They're so
Blueberries
good.
is something that is really, really good for you.
Absolutely.
And so the blueberries are so expensive, there's no way we can do a bucket of blueberries for a gift of $100 because, you know, nothing would ever, you know, we'd be supporting you. And so...
We'd like to do that.
We'd like to do it. But so the mixed bucket is $100, but you get only 2 pouches of blueberries. But you get 6 pouches of strawberries, 6 pouches of dried diced apples, and 6 pouches of the beautiful raspberries. They're the brightest red. What color would you call that? Pinkish, hot pink, raspberry red. Grandma said
There you go.
raspberry red.
It really is.
And so, but you can get 1 bucket of strawberries for a gift of $100.
$100.
A bucket of raspberries for
$100.
A bucket of
the diced apples also
apples.
for
You
love
can make
offer of
apple
$100.
pie.
Yeah.
I tell you, the apples taste like fresh, chopped, cut apples. It would be the best apple pie I think you could ever make because a lot of canned apples don't taste like apples. How many know that? And cans, you're telling us, are so dangerous, Frank. Now, the leaching, we got to be careful. I eat from cans. It's always been, but they're worried about it now.
Right.
They've been testing it.
The BPA, I was mentioning, in 1 serving from a can of green beans, name brand, was 80 times the upper limit that a person should be exposed to of BPA,
which is?
bisphenol A, which is a chemical lining they put on cans. And that's the reason we go to a Mylar bag that has none of that BPA in it.
Pastor Jim, I got a strawberry expert here.
Yes. Let's go to Mondo right now. You tried our strawberries.
I sure did, and I eat strawberry shortcake all the time.
Oh!
And this is the best strawberry I ever had.
You could make a cake from it, right? Or your wife could?
Yes.
Amazing.
His wife, is that?
He wants a strawberry shortcake tonight. Thanks, Jim.
Yes.
Thank you.
But here's the thing. In the middle of winter,
that's cute.
You can have strawberry shortcake. In the middle of a world crisis, a middle of a hurricane, or a middle of earthquakes that are devastating the world, you still will have. And the thing is, people, we're going to eat a lot of this as we go along because the fruits and the vegetables and all are so amazingly
I've
good.
decided I'm not buying any more of the fresh blueberries or raspberries anymore. It's costing
You've been complaining about my blueberries now for a long time.
I really have, and I'm telling you, this is the way we're going from here on out, just so you know.
Yeah. She buys the food out of her budget.
Yes.
And so
this is it now.
So
just so you know, honey.
And we talked about the fruit.
Okay, yes.
What else do we have?
And the vegetables. Yeah, we have the sampler vegetables, and then we have also, you can get the vegetable buckets as separately too. You can get a bucket of corn for $100, it's 160 servings. A bucket of the green beans for a love offer of $100 with 160 servings.
Very good.
Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to serve right now some of the vegetables. So I'm going to start the fire right now, and we have our grills.
Here we go. Let me get ready.
These are the grills that come with one of our backpack deals.
Yes. And you're getting ready to start one of our new products, the Fire Now.
Okay.
I just discovered this a few weeks ago, And I've been so concerned about what would people do when they're having problems with the power outage and no fuel. And what happens if the propane runs out? What happens if you're stranded somewhere? How are you going to cook your food?
This is an amazing product for me. I love this as well.
So the thing is,
because I'd always say to Jim, what if we don't have, the electricity goes out, even ice storms here in this area, which happens every year, and the electricity goes out, and what if we don't have enough propane for our little grill and all of that? How are we going to do? This has been a concern for me.
Why don't you start a fire down there, Lori? Have you ever started a fire?
Yeah, believe it or not, I used to be a big-time camper.
Have any of you ever tried in the woods without any paper to start a fire? It's one of the most difficult things to do. You need to get little pieces of leaves. You need to find something to get that fire going. But you don't need anything. A lot of you have our backpacks, and our new super backpack, the Ultimate. It has a fabulous fire starter in it. But the thing of it is, what we're doing with, we don't usually do this with new product like this, but for a gift of $100, you get this big bucket, and we had it created bigger than what they were manufacturing. So it's actually a gallon bigger.
Right.
And so how many fires does that cook?
Well, 1 cup of this will burn for a half an hour. And there's 96 cups in this 6-gallon bucket, the Fire Now. So it cooks a total of 480 meals.
Wow.
Yes. So
wow.
I would advise, we have a baker's dozen offer on this that really saves a tremendous amount.
So are we actually going to cook now? Or are we
Yes. I was just getting the water heated up here. So we're going to start some vegetables.
All right.
And let's put the string beans in here. With all the water out, it's very light, isn't it? The food is very light because the water's been taken out.
We're talking ounces.
Okay, you're responsible for string beans.
I gotcha.
Okay, I'll do corn. Oh, I love corn. Do I love corn? Okay, Lori, you're responsible for potatoes. Okay, you cook potatoes because you're the potato girl. Okay, now let me see.
I really am.
All right, you got some tomatoes down there that you dehydrated?
Oh, yeah, I have some hydrated ones right here.
You let them sit in water for up some 10 minutes to 30 minutes, whatever time.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
look at
it's already
this water
sizzling.
boils in seconds almost. We have gas stove, and our gas stove won't boil a big one. We're doing corn on the cob. It seems like it takes an hour for that water to boil.
And we have such a big family. That's
Well,
why,
I know,
too.
but still, this water is boiling like crazy.
Look at
Did you see how fast that water? Look at it. It's boiling right now. And you don't have to cook this food very long.
No.
Because you've hydrated it. And in fact, you don't want to overcook beans and things anyway. I want people to try the string beans. And boy, this corn.
Oh.
Okay, watch your stuff here, Lori. Don't burn your stuff here.
Oh.
Okay.
Now, isn't that good?
And
I
then-
wish this was Taste-O-Vision.
And
I
my
wish
string
you could taste
beans.
it.
Ooh.
I really do.
Aren't these wonderful?
You will love it.
They're just boiling away. I used the same spoon, so I got a string bean in my corn.
I got a corn in my string
Yeah, I
beans,
know.
too.
I've been stirring with the same one, so that's all right.
Oh,
But
it's so good.
I'd like somebody out there to try. How long does it take to cook corn? Not very long, does it? Not like this anyway. I'm
You
not
can
sure.
hear it boiling.
No, see if these are done, Lori. Check the corn. Take a taste.
Honey. Mm-hmm.
Is that done enough?
Excellent. Mm-hmm.
Because they usually get really tender. I don't think I cooked them quite enough.
Oh, they're good.
Okay, I'm going to try. Sasha?
People probably don't
I
want to
want-
eat after us, Jim.
No, just they get a clean spoon. We
Right,
don't put
still.
any. Okay, and now you're cooking your potatoes. Let me take the string beans off the stove here. Let me just.
They're good.
You think they're done? You tested them?
I just tested them.
They're good.
Yeah, you don't want to overcook those.
No, string beans shouldn't be cooked to death anyway.
Wow. I can't help myself right now.
You're eating all the potatoes. What's going on?
Because I love them.
Are you hungry?
I actually am, but I love them more than being hungry.
Zach, have you tried?
Let me try these.
Have you tried the string beans yet? Boy, you guys take big whole spoonfuls.
I have to tell you, I am not a big string bean fan. This is not my favorite thing in the world, and I love vegetables, but it's probably one of my least favorite things, and I have to tell you, I absolutely love these.
These are good.
Mona's gonna
These are
take some
very
out
good.
there.
Those are good. I like them.
Have you guys tried anything yet? What's that?
There was nothing added to the potatoes we ate. That's what you're eating up there?
Yeah.
That's what we're eating right here.
Wonderful. Pastor, I have Jim over here who just tried the corn.
Yeah.
So let's see how he liked it.
It's really delicious. It's really, really good.
And his wife, Mary, as well.
Tastes like right out of the field.
Yeah.
Mary, what a beautiful lady. Look how beautiful
but can you imagine that? Can you imagine? The thing that drives me crazy is that in 20 years, it will taste like that.
Yeah,
In
that's
20 years, it's preserved on your shelves.
Think
and
about that.
Cans food will only last maybe 2 years.
See, what creates the long shelf life is, one, the absence of moisture. 97% of the water, the moisture is taken out of this food. Absence of oxygen. They're in the sealed Mylar bags that have the barriers to protect it from oxygen. And we also remove the oxygen out of the bags when we pack it. We force it out through a CO2, there's a nitrogen flush, but they've now found that the CO2 flush is actually more efficient. So we use that, and then it is the barriers in this film protects it against light, against oxygen, against moisture. And so 20 years, I'm telling you, is very, very safe.
Yes, yeah.
30, 40 years, it's still going to be good.
Exactly. And what's so, Jim and myself, and actually James, our grandson, he went with us, and we went to Frank's plant. And I got to tell you, this is most amazing. It's immaculate. It's done with integrity. It is, it's so clean, you could eat off the floor there. He does everything with the utmost integrity. And I really appreciate that, and knowing that, because I'm a clean freak, so I like things done.
Sasha, where's your microphone?
I'm right here.
I want to.
How are you? Did you try the green beans?
The green beans are delicious.
Oh.
Very good. All you need is you should have put a little salt on them.
Oh, there you go. See, and you can do that. You can season it up
they're
a little.
delicious. Very good.
You salt them, pepper them, just like they're fresh out of the garden tasting. How would stir
I got
your
one more
tomato?
person here.
Okay.
They were good, and I don't like string beans.
Oh, shame on you. You got to eat your string beans.
I know. I'm the same way.
Okay, you're cooking the tomatoes right now.
I forgot about them.
So we can make with the tomatoes now. We could make a chili out of the tomatoes.
And Jim loves chili. Oh, does
And
he love
beans.
chili?
And by the way, we have now the bean offers. And people love the bean deal.
Oh, it's great.
And so
pre-cooked.
We have these beans. I'm over here. These beans have been pre-cooked, so beans take a while to cook.
Oh, well, women that prepare beans,
Yes.
no, they have to soak
Yes.
it overnight.
That's what I do.
And these are all pre-cooked. So literally, we made that chili last time here in
Yes.
15 minutes. Wendy did it in 15 minutes.
So
start to
in a
finish.
crisis, you'd like to get to the beans faster than having to cook them all day.
Yeah, and phenomenal source of protein.
Yes.
And so
And we eat a lot of beans. We get a lot of our
these
protein
bean
from beans.
buckets. How many? We have a $500 bean deal.
Yes, you can get 5 bean buckets, which is 320 servings for a love offer of $500. But we're throwing in a bonus of the tomatoes, the large bucket of the tomatoes as well.
Yeah, that's the really big bucket of tomatoes. That's a bigger
I'll tell you what I'll do, Jim.
Yes.
On that offer, I'll throw in, so they can experiment, a packet of the organic palm sugar.
Wow.
On your bean
good.
offer.
I love that.
You got to
Great.
try that sugar. Do you have a,
Take a
give me a
spoon out
bowl
there and let 'em
Give me
try
a
it.
bowl. Give me a bowl
Another
there,
bowl.
will you?
All right.
Just a plastic bowl will be fine. And I'm going to take this. I don't know. Grandma, you want to try sugar? I'm trying to get... I
She'll
don't-
try anything, she said.
She's like, Mikey will eat it. You know, you just say, Grandma will eat it. And this is the new...
Organic palm flour nectar.
sugar. Sugar nectar.
Sugar.
And so...
Organic palm flour.
Give me a spoon there.
Okay.
It's not refined. It's not, it's pure.
Grandma,
It's
I don't know
pure.
how you eat sugar.
It's food.
You're not
There you
diabetic,
go.
so do you want to just put some in your hand or lick it on your. There's some in the spoon.
Oh,
just
boy.
just try a little taste of it. I don't have a microphone.
This is so much fun. Oh, I don't.
Do we have an extra
Here,
mic there?
here we go.
Now, what's
more
that?
spoons?
What does it taste like?
Sugar.
Yeah, yeah.
Real sugar.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
it is. Here, we'll send this around. Mondo's passing potatoes out right now, and I don't think I cooked them long enough. I don't know. Are the potatoes okay? Did you try? Oh, I got some folks over here. Where are you guys from again?
Indiana.
Indiana.
Those were delicious potatoes. We wondered what else was put onto them. You just put a little pepper and salt.
Yes, yeah.
Very, very
Mondo's
good.
passing out potatoes.
The green beans were great too.
The green bean, don't they taste like they come out of the garden?
Just out of the garden. You're right, farm fresh.
I'm so shocked that it'll last. He's saying 30 years, 45 years maybe, but they guarantee him for 20 years.
But
And
you know
now,
what?
can you eat sugar? Sure. This is the number one substitute, they say, for
Jim,
sugar.
I got Jim here.
Yes, Jim. Hi, Jim.
Oh, Jim, these are delicious.
You're trying my potatoes. I didn't really cook them good, but are they cooked enough?
They're still good. They're good.
Yeah. You can make hash browns with these. In 30 years, you can be making hash browns from potatoes that are 30-year-old because they've been processed with just taking the moisture out. That's all.
That's it.
No preservatives.
No preservatives, no chemicals, no sulfur, no anything.
Zach, don't want you passing
Pure,
out. Here, Mondo,
unadulterated
pass out some
food.
sugar to people. Give them a little sugar. They need spoons.
All right.
Okay. Yes. Did you try it?
I want to say that I want my husband to get, we've ordered a lot of this, but I want some for us to eat now so I don't have to cook.
Yay! Me too.
I'm telling you, she's right. That's
are
the
so
fun thing.
right.
Well,
That's the fun
that's
thing.
really the beauty about this is everyday food.
Yes.
It just happens to have a long shelf life.
Yes, I agree with you. Just like last night, I was so tired, after working all day, and I said, I am exhausted. I do not feel like putting some food together. And I thought the same thing. All I need to do is just open up some of the food,
and you'll eat your vegetables. I mean, of course, I really do like vegetables. Put some sugar on the raspberries, just a little bit.
The thing is, you don't need any sugar on the raspberries, but because they're so
these are
yummy.
good.
Here. Oh, you got
You
one
mean
open.
on these raspberries or the?
No, the
On
ones
these here. Okay, here. Try some people that haven't been on TV yet. I want everybody to be on TV today.
That corn was the corniest corn I've ever had.
It's real corn.
That was so good.
I mean, it's like corn that you took right off the cob from the field.
Sure, there is no way. I've never had it.
No.
And I've had a lot of food.
I've been disappointed with the corn I've had this year. It hasn't had that sweet taste to it. I don't know what. Frank, do you have any idea what's happening to some of the fruit, the vegetables?
Well, corn you're buying in the store, as I mentioned, literally 100% of it is GMO today, genetically modified corn. And it does not, if they genetically modify the corn seed so a bug won't eat it, why would we eat it?
It's really not right what they do to our food that we are eating. It's just not right.
It's corruption, I'm telling you.
It is corruption, and I'm totally against
So here
it.
we have these are dehydrated pinto beans. So you get, for a gift of $500 of that, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the beans. How many beans does that end up being?
That's 320 servings of beans.
But it is a lot of beans when you put the water back into them. This is something that is 20-year shelf life food as well. And so today he's throwing in a bonus of his new organic palm flour sugar that he says is better for you than sugar, right?
Oh, I mean, not even comparison. This is actually good for you. It has a nutritional profile. It has vitamin B6, B12. It has niacin. It has the minerals in there. As a food, it's great.
As a food.
It's low glycemic. It has half the GI rating of sugar, so it's great for diabetics.
That's wonderful.
Now, if they order a double order, the $1,000 one, and get all of this beans,
the 10 buckets.
Will they get 2 bags of sugar?
Sure. For every 5 buckets, well, of that,
you're gonna add the
I'll
3
throw one
bonus
in.
of the sugar.
I want them just to experiment it because it's so good.
Yes, I agree. Totally agree with that. That's excellent. Thank you, Frank.
And
for
so
doing
this
that.
is the $1,000 gift offer right
Yes.
here then for beans.
Wow.
For those who
This is exciting.
people who like lots of beans. Yes.
So exciting.
Zach, what else do we need to do today?
You know what I love about it? I love the fact that it's not just for preparedness. It really is for everyday
Every day.
use. And
Yeah.
I think we need to maybe start getting that more into our mindset. We keep talking about being prepared, which is so important, but it can save us all money. And to be good stewards of what God has entrusted us with is so important. And again, remember, incredible, incredible Christmas gifts that you can give to your family. I probably say this almost every day, and I'm going to keep saying it again. You know, so many of you watching have written to us, emailed me. You have said, you know, my adult children never think anything bad's going to happen. My adult children think, you know, why should I store or up any food? I can just run down to the grocery store and get it. Because my generation, the baby boomer generation, we're just used to having plenty. We're just used to always having. But I'm going to tell you what, those who lived in the Great Depression days and those who lived in very hard times know that
It can happen.
that can happen. It's organic. It's full of nutrients. It's actually better than what we could actually
That's an important
prepare.
part of it because a lot of the things that we make that are real quick on the go things aren't nutritious, aren't healthy for you, and they're really just bad for your body. So
That's right.
This just opening it up and cooking it is going to help you.
And I'm so proud of our young people
The
to know that.
blueberries. Have you hydrated some of those blueberries
Yes,
over
we
there?
sure have.
To hydrate, you just put them in water, and they sit there. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put some blueberries on my cereal.
Now, what cereal are you talking about?
This is the Jim Baker cereal. It's the 8-grain cereal.
We eat every single morning.
Created by Food for Health. And you get, if you want to join the Jim Baker Breakfast Club, you do that, and a gift of $25 a month. We send you the big bag,
5-pound
8-grain organic cereal.
5.1
Yeah, I
pounds.
eat that every day.
I eat it every morning
That's my
as well.
foundational meal.
Me too.
And then I like blueberries.
Every day.
And so give me some water, somebody. Right. And just pour, that's it. Just pour that all, but not all of it, but most of it in there. Now, I didn't.
Would you like to
I
know?
do mine in a microwave, but you don't like microwaves, do you? Not
a
No.
big fan, but you know.
But if you had to,
Right,
you
so-
could put it in there. But a lot of times we use if I have more time, we cook it on the stove. If you'd like to hear how I prepare ours, is we use a little water with a Jim Baker cereal and get that all cooked up. And then he uses almond milk, I use coconut milk. So then we put a little coconut milk on mine, little almond milk on his, with our blueberries or our raspberries or our strawberries, whatever we have available. It's just so good. I love it. It just fills you up.
So you can join the Jim Baker's Breakfast Club if you want. But you know what we're doing? We have several of the 7 years of food stored away. But what we're doing now, we're adding these to it. I started by adding beans, and I got a lot of beans because we love beans. We eat beans every day.
Because we're plant-based. We don't
because
eat meat or dairy.
that's a big source of our protein in our life.
Right.
I mean, if we come to your house, we're cheap. I mean, we'll live on beans and, a little salad, and we're fine. But what we've done now, we added tomato flakes because I like chili. So I wanted to be able to make chili, if there's anything in a bad times of life and things, storms or crisis or whatever, according to the scriptures, I want to be prepared. But so we're balancing all of this out. And
good.
now what's exciting, we have all these great meals that in a pouch that are prepared
So easy.
in the 7-year food and all that we got. But now we can add these, and you can just literally be a gourmet cook.
Yeah.
And we're adding more and more things to this.
You can boil water, you can do it.
We're adding more
I
and
can
more
boil water.
to it all the time. And so let's go through this one more time.
Yes.
For the vegetable sampler bucket. So if somebody just wants to try a sampler of all the vegetables.
That's for a love offer of $100. And what that comes with is 6 pouches of the freeze-dried corn, 6 pouches of the dehydrated potato slices, 6 pouches of the freeze-dried green beans, and 2 pouches of the tomato flakes.
Okay. And then we have the berry and fruit bucket.
Yes, we do.
Yes, and that's 160 servings of mixed berries and fruits. And that's for a love offer of $100. And that comes with 6 pouches of the dried strawberries, 6 pouches of the dried diced apples, 6 pouches of the freeze-dried raspberries, and 2 pouches of the dried raspberries. You get 1 bucket of the blueberries for a love offer of $150.
But all the other berries are $100 buckets,
Yes,
right?
If you choose to get a bucket of the berries just by themselves, you can give a love gift of $100 for the strawberries, the diced apples, and
the raspberries.
And that's a gift of $100.
Very good.
And so the 150 for the blueberries, because they are so much more, and it equals to about 25 pounds, I think, of fresh blueberries.
Yeah,
25.6. 25 and a half pounds of blueberries is what that bucket would be valued at, and what it would turn out to be, and that's what it took to make them. So, okay, what else do we have now today? All of our new things, we've got the vegetables, and the operators will be able to help you with anything you want. You can order them in sampler buckets. You can order them in individual buckets of each one. You can get the special bean offer there, and you get a palm flour sugar pack with the bean offers today.
That's right.
And then what we did is the amazing offers of the staple food that we have from Food for Health of our 20-year shelf life food. And we have a 7-year plan of food, 7 years of food,
which is 28 buckets, which is 7,700 meals, and also comes with 2 Builders Club cards. But we're throwing in a bonus of an entire year more of food, which is 4 275 meal buckets.
Yeah, so that is a very, very big special for Christmas, our Christmas special right now going on. And so you get 8 years of food, which boils down to how much per serving of food then?
That's 34 cents a meal.
Yes.
34 cents a meal.
Yeah.
And this is really a good deal.
Wow.
And then we want to help you with your Christmas if you get a year of food, which is a $500 love gift.
Yeah, and that's 1,100 meals, and that comes with 1 Builders Club card. But with the bonus, we're throwing in more than $500 worth of bonus gifts for your Christmas shopping. And it includes 1 Kevin Shorey Christmas CD, 2 sets of pearl earrings, 1 solar charger, 2 groom and manicure kits, 1 pocket knife, 5 of the My Light flashlights, 2 men's watches, 2 women's watches, and 4 pairs of the 4CZ heart earrings.
And actually, I think we gave a Builders Club in that. Usually Builders are 1,000, but I think we gave a Builders Club with that.
Yep, that's right, and a Builders Club card with that one as well.
Yeah, so that's
the year for you.
And you get a dozen gifts extra just with your card.
Yeah.
And, you know, the truck just arrived with a load of new stuff for the Builders Club shop. And we got them all over there, just loads of stuff. And we just get new stuff all the time. And just, it comes and goes.
It does. So much
And then
fun.
if you double that now, and the year for 2 people.
Yes.
Which is enough food to keep an individual alive for 2 years, or 2 people for 1 year. It also comes with 2 Builders Club cards, and all of the bonus offers for the Christmas special for the year for you, you're getting that times 2.
Yes.
So you're getting 2 Kevin Shorey Christmas CDs, 4 pairs of pearl earrings, 2 solar chargers, 4 groom and manicure kits, 2 pocket knives, 10 My Light flashlights,
and a partridge and a pear tree.
The Christmas song was running through my head while I was singing that. Saying that. It comes with the 10 My Light flashlights, 4 men's watches, 4 women's watches, and 8 pair of the 4CZ heart earrings, and a partridge and a pear tree.
Yeah. What? This flashlight
Pocket knife set.
jackknife is quite an amazing.
Very cool.
Yeah, several different gadgets on there.
That's a retail of $30 for that knife. It looks like stainless steel.
Yeah.
It is really, it has a flashlight on it, but it's a beautiful knife.
That one's
but
really cool.
a lot of boys would like to have that for Christmas.
Girls too.
Girls.
But this is a good survival. That's a good survival thing. And you say, well, why did you pick these items? Well, these items picked us. We didn't really pick them. We just have sources that supply things. We have people that literally give us things. We have factories that are already had a big run, and these are what some of these things would be left over from huge sales, and then they just practically give them to us. I mean, if you knew, and then we just put them together and try to give them away. So we're blessing you. And it doesn't make any sense except we just want to give, and why not? Why not? So I think it makes an amazing Christmas situation, and presents and things you may want to keep some of them. Like this little thing. This has a Phillips screwdriver on it. It has a flathead screwdriver on it. It has every kind of can opener known to mankind on it. It even has a little pair of scissors down here on the end on it. It has a saw blade so you could saw small branches up with that. So it's a neat little gift item.
Really neat.
And so you get all of those gifts that you've seen there on the screen, and we appreciate it so very, very much. And if you help us stay alive during this Christmas season, which is the hardest time for TV, do you know so many Christian broadcasters are now going off the air? You would be shocked to know the amount have already gone off the air, and those that now are going off because the budgets is too much in this day and age. And so we've done everything we can to stay alive and to be able to keep broadcasting. We're in Revelation days.
Yes, we are.
And I believe the Revelation time is important for us to be on the air. Now, if you would like to go to our website, you can go there and you can order all of these items at JimBakerShow.com. All of it's there, and you'll be able to see it there. And I think that'll be great. The Bible says what's going to happen in the last days. And this is Luke 21. Luke 21:11. And great earthquakes shall be in divers places. I'm actually, for some reason, I grabbed my prison, I call it my prison Bible because this is the one that went through prison with me, and you can see how I have it marked up. If you don't believe I read through the Bible and studied it, go through this Bible and you will see. But over here it says, and there will be great earthquakes and famines in many lands and epidemics and terrifying things happening in the heavens. And that's the Living Bible. But the Bible tells us there will be famine. Jesus said, before I come back. Okay?
Yeah.
People are telling you you don't go through anything. Now, who are you going to listen to? Jesus or people?
Jesus.
I choose to believe in Jesus.
Yes.
And Jesus says, before he comes back, here's a list that you will know that I'm coming. And all the signs, earthquakes in many places, no food to eat. So I think we ought to be ready because the harvest time is the last days.
Absolutely. And we have to remember we can't be victims, and we can't depend on the government to take care of us. We as a body of Christ need to take care of ourselves and to take care of one another. And you know, I always have, all my little things I write in the back of my Bible, and I just open this up, and here, look what it says. Information without action leads to frustration. Would've, should've, could've. Facts are stubborn. 5% of people make it happen. 15% of people watch it happen. 80% of people don't know what happened.
That's the truth.
You know, I like that. And you talk about frustration. I always hear that song in my head when I think about it. I wish we'd all been ready.
Back written, by Larry
To
Norman.
know
back in
you
the
could have
70s.
done something.
Yes.
We have the monthly food club where
Right.
people could give $20 a month. They can give
Yes.
$50 a month. They can give $100 a month. But they could do a little bit each month.
That's right. Just like the lady we ran into at the store the other day. You know, she's on a fixed income and working hard. And she said, Lori, I am on the $20 a month club, and I am getting my food, and I am doing what you and Jim have been telling me to do. And she said, you know, the other day, I literally didn't have enough money to buy any milk, and so I used my whey milk that was in that food. And she said, I was so thankful and so grateful that I had it.
Good milk. That is rich.
Yeah, well, whey, of course, we all know is from.
But think of it. You'd say, oh, that poor little lady is helping your ministry with $20. That's 40 meals of servings of food. You know, where can you get 40 servings? We like a certain restaurant that has some nice vegetarian things, but it's really good. I mean, really good. And you know, their side order of string beans is like $8, $7, $8 for a side order. Go to a decent restaurant and see what a side order of anything is. You know, we're talking about servings of food that, you know, when you're giving that $20, that ends up being about 50 cents because you're not getting it in big bulk. But where else are you going to get that? I don't feel sorry for this lady. I mean, I'm liable to give her a job if she needs one, if she's watching, because I've just been thinking about her, and Lori and I've been thinking about her, and she just had a real disappointment in her life, and the devil just tried to beat her down, you know. And we walked into her life, and we hugged there in this department store. But she said she had a shortage of funds, so she was able to have milk. But she could eat. If she keeps doing that, she could go for months. Remember the family that has gone 9 months on the food they had stored because they had lost their job.
Yes.
But they had the food, so they survived.
That's exactly.
Isn't that amazing?
And you know, another thing that a news story that came out a few months back, I think, Zach, you're the one who brought it to us, and I wrote it down. Relief groups seek relief from disaster onslaught. Relief groups seek relief.
Listen, folks, we used to be able to get free food to give to the poor. No more, honey. Now, the poor are still getting it from some of the organizations, but the organizations that give out the food to the poor are running out of food.
Yes, they are.
All over the world, they're running out of food. Countries are collapsing financially. We need to stir our fires. We got smoke going up here. But as we go off the air, now listen to me. We've been taught, and I taught some false things from the Bible. I admit it. You probably never read my book, but I wrote a book called I Was Wrong. And I was wrong teaching people about money and to fall in love with it. Don't fall in love with money. But I thought I didn't think we were going through any tribulation until I studied and read through the Bible. But we're taught we're going to go out before anything happens. How come? Go over to the book of Luke, Luke chapter 21. We're talking about the earthquakes. We talked about those, the lack of food and all these things. Then they're talking about persecuting us and then betrayal. Kids are going to betray their parents. Did you know that?
Yes.
And you'll be hated. We know that.
His name's sake.
And then he said, when you see Jerusalem compassed about with armies.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
We're there.
Are we there, folks?
We're there.
Are they not surrounded?
Surrounded.
Okay, let's go on. So there's going to be great distress in the land. Is anybody having any stress these days? No, you're all perfect. No problems. Good. Well, in the last days, they're going to have distress. Well, that's what Jesus said, if you want to believe him. And it says, Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Jerusalem, the Jews have Jerusalem now. We're in the last days. Then he said there are going to be signs in the sun, the moon, the stars, distress of nations, perplexity, the sea and the waves, tsunamis, tidal waves, roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Are you listening to me? And then, what does that mean? And then, all these things have to happen. I just read to you, Jesus talking. Jesus doesn't go up and down, roundabout, trying to trick you. He spoke and they wrote it down. They wrote it down in Matthew, right here in Luke. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. But he said all these things, and then shall he come. Preachers are lying to you. These things have to take place. There's not going to be a rapture that takes us out before everything. Yes, there's a rapture. But let's believe Jesus. You better be careful if you're going to church that just makes you happy. Because you're going to wake up one day and you're going to shake your fist in the preacher's faces. And you're going to say, why didn't you warn us? Why didn't you get us ready? Why did you take our money? Why did you keep telling us if we just give to your church, we'd be rich and happy? Giving to my ministry is not going to solve all your problems. Giving is unto the Lord is an amazing thing. God blesses that. But I want to tell you something. We better not be in love with this world or the things of this world or love of money, which is the root of all evil. Because money will be gone. I believe in America, the dollar is going to die. It's already dead. It hasn't been buried yet. We're printing it. Well, we won't go into that today. But remember, Jesus has given us a sure word. And he's warned us what's coming. And wisdom is like gold. Good advice, if you'll take it. Because I want to tell you, these packets of food, these things we're trying to get you to store up on, will make you a head and not the tail.
That's right.
It'll put you in charge of your life. Because when the food's gone, all you will do if you don't have a source, all you will do is work night and day. That's why a man will work a whole day just to get a loaf of bread. That's what the Bible's talking about. You'll work all day just to stay alive. That's what that means in the Bible.
Yes.
That's that horseman of the apocalypse. So all I'm saying is I'm one voice out here crying in the wilderness. A few people are getting ready. But we're going to win souls. Amen. Our time's gone for today. Dr. Davis, we're so glad. Frank, we're so glad to have you here. Thank
Always
you.
love to be with you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Give Priscilla our love.
Thank you for all the wonderful new products. God loves you. He really does. Bye-bye for today.
We love you.